Boom. It's just, yes. uh, it's good. It's good music, you know. It's good stuff. I just fucking screamed, "God damn it! I forgot this tab was open." That sounds like a personal problem. What's up? Howdy, 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 howdy. And 2 nanoseconds after I turn the camera on, I hear Pigeon scream for the first time. It's like she knows. I wonder if she's distressed by me talking without anyone else in the room. Like, she doesn't know why I'm doing it. Maybe she cries out because she's worried for me. You know what I mean?
No, she wants to come to my studio. She's just being annoying. Pigeon! She's being indecisive.
Now, Pigeon, last time you cut my pinky open. But this time, I'm going to put you in the crunch.
I just can't have it open because Artemis comes and tries to eat the raccoon. I can't.
Yes. Pigeon, you'll notice that you're losing this battle.
Pigeon, you can always just come in my room.
There we go. Pigeon, do you want to go in the other studio? She's dumb. Why are you so violent? Who made you like this? And she departs. Okay. And we're back. Hello. Can you pick a class for my new D&D character? Yes. Paladin. Fun to play.
Chat my DM.
What the... What?
Just show them.
What? Oh my god, she's so ugly. Oh my god. This must have been like mid-yawn or something. I've never seen this face before. This is like a new face. No, chat, you'll agree. That is incredible. That is really something else. I have never seen that face before. She must have been like mid-yawn or something. This is the funkiest little... Is this Pigeon cringing? Or maybe like a sneeze? It could have been a sneeze, yeah. God, yeah, it must be because her neck's tensing up, yeah. You don't yawn like that. Yeah, that must be a sneeze. New emote? A strong emote contender. Yeah. All cats look like this deep down, by the way. The difference is that Pigeon is honest, okay? All your other haired cats look like this underneath their body beard, you know? Excuse me. Ooh. Could be a cringy... It's definitely something. Scrungy cats. This is a very scrungy cat, you know? Man. Yeah, we have a few emotes we need to add actually. Yeah, this is actually exactly what I look like without my beard. Oh, bit of good news by the way. At long last, you know, delayed by the holidays, the background check finished. So I'll have an M14 tomorrow. I can show it off to you guys. Now that we're not on, you know, Twitch, we can do all the cool stuff with the firearms. You know, we can do flips. You know, we can load the gun and just sort of fire into the ceiling. The only thing keeping us from doing that was Twitch TOS, which now that we don't have to worry about that, I mean, we can go through. Thought it was a 223 Vepr. Really hard to get my hand on that at the moment, so I wanted both the rifles, so I'll get both. You know. But yeah, anyway, yeah. Yeah, we can say slurs while we're holding it. A classic thing to do while holding guns. Anyway, it's nice, handsome. Thought it was a Mini 14. Yeah, an M14. Can you explain your gun take? I think they're shiny. Yeah. No, I just think they're really handsome guns. You know, I'm very predictable. Any firearm that has like a large, like good wooden furniture, you know, that has lots of room for engravement, you know, I'm just generally I'm gonna, you know, think they're pretty. So we'll have that soon. A Mini 14 and M14 are different. Really? Oh, the guy at the shop shortened and said M14 while I was holding the Mini 14. Oh, okay, then I'm not aware. Well, it's a Mini 14 that we got. I physically saw. I confirmed. I looked at it and I confirmed it was indeed a Mini 14. So when he said M14, and you know this guy knows more about guns than I thought. Okay, so you know I thought they were two different things. But then when I heard him say M14, my brain flashed back to all the times on stream that I said Mini 14. You know, and I thought for a second I must have sounded like a huge nerd. You know what I mean? Like those guys who like pronounce through the acronyms because they're not familiar enough with the terminology to know what tends to be, you know, shortened. So yeah, that's okay. We'll make it through these difficult time periods together. Play the Zan clip. Stop goofing around. I've had enough N words on my stream, I think. Do we have to? Yeah, it's pretty funny. All right, it's a good ass meme. We don't have enough N words on my stream already. Let's go. It's fine.
Oh,
Hey, are you
brother? How you doing, brother?
Hey, are you racist?
I'm as racist as it gets. I hate crackers. Them
You
white ass
niggers
motherfuckers.
and hook
Oh,
nose
you
cunt-
bitch ass cracker. Listen to
You
me,
fucking
motherfucker.
nigger,
Cracker, 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 whitey. Snow roach, cracker, 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 cracker. How you doing, brother?
So this is actually the most honest debate to have ever taken place online. Okay, this is actually the most sincere reflection of American politics ever seen. You know, everything I do on my channel in terms of sincerity, this pales in comparison. Yeah, this is a distillation of political thought of the human condition. It doesn't really get any more honest than this. So good stuff, you know. Could be us, but you plan. Dude, I can't do this live. What if people like put their dick out or whatever? I don't want to. You can see some fucked up stuff on the Omegle debate shit, okay? I know you all are hungry for debates. I promise we'll work on it, okay? Oh, fuck. We should probably clear through some of these goddamn donations before I actually start with Prime 3, huh? We're gonna move through Prime 3 a little bit faster than we did Prime 1 and Prime 2, because I don't have, like, nostalgia memories from Prime 3, so I'm not as engrossed in the whole thing, you know? But we're still going to play it through. All right, hold on. Speed run? Not a speed run. We're still getting 100%, but we're not going to be doing all scans, at least. Anyway, let me run through this real quick. We have a couple of donos to read through. Gondo the Slayer with $10, the OG creator of God of War, debated Sargon recently. Oh, that's probably worth looking into. JMan54030, good luck with your application to the University of Chicago. Guardian Jupiter, thanks the tier 1 sub. Offline chat, thank you likewise. Avalon, thanks the tier 4 sub, really appreciate that. And Steely McWilly, thank you for the tier 3 sub. My grandfather finally fucking died after 4 open heart surgeries and 25 miserable widower years. I'm also recovering from sepsis. Overall good start to 22. Nice. Feel like you did your grandpa a little dirty there, unless you don't like them, in which case, you know, rock on. But, yeah. Seas of Cheese and 1 spell per day. Thank you for the $5. Both. We can only help 1 spell per day. I was at a big Xmas party. Turned out one of the guests had COVID. Everyone who got boosted was fine. Everyone who wasn't got sick. Anecdotal but interesting. Huh. There's a little case study right there. Huh? Saltire Laddie. Thank you for the $5. Happy birthday as of yesterday. They asked me for a shout out. You getting a delayed one, motherfucker. Showtime666. Thanks the very kind $10. Happy New Year's. Love your style of debate, man. Trying to get my page up and running. Would love to go out with douches like Franco, Nico, and Hake. Any advice / pointers on how to go and build a base? I have a video with some recommendations for starting content creators you should take a look at. Apart from that, though, I mean, it's going to be highly variable. K Comrade Robin Hood, thanks the tier 1 sub. I have no issue with lefties joining the military. Esteban Minardi, thank you for the $20. Where do you line the political compass, and where do you think Hassan lies? I don't think the political compass is a very useful way of figuring out where a person's positions are. If there was a political compass, it would simply have it wouldn't be a square or a cube or anything. It would just be a bunch of one-dimensional lines. You know, I feel like the 8 values test is better, but even that's not good enough. The issue is that it's possible to give left-leaning answers on every single question and still be a conservative, and vice versa. I think that's possible. There's a lot of variability there. Sake, thank you for the 10. Let me see. Ranky Faye, thanks to the tier 2 sub, really appreciate that. One stab, thanks to the $2. What's wrong with your ears, my dude? It's a evolution to help me hear more things. Like when your dad comes home early and I have to leave. Bud Chungus, thank you for the $5. Fauci didn't lie about masks. You can find a PolitiFact article about it and confirms he didn't lie. But Chungus also donated, saying, here's a video explaining how the CDC didn't lie. Okay, wait, hold on. This better not be some semantic bullshit, real quick, okay? Where it's like, oh, you know, they downplayed the thing, but it wasn't technically a lie. Like, hold on. Dr. Fauci.
To week 4-ish of quarantine, for me at least, because I live in a city that took COVID-19 seriously.
Wow.
Back when it was just a little
Week
baby
4.
epidemic. And before that, I was quarantining anyway because, well, it's just my natural lifestyle, and I'll thank you to stop judging me. This week's big COVID-19 news is that the CDC is thinking of changing their messaging from "don't buy masks, you don't need them" to "oh, actually, everyone should be wearing masks." I saw this over on Reddit's r/coronavirus, which is where I get all of my pandemic-related news. That's a joke. Don't use Reddit as your own news service. Same happens there are not please saying things like this is plainly criminal behavior, 475 upvotes for that. That the CDC misled the public, 842 upvotes, and that the CDC lied about the effectiveness of masks simply because they did not have enough for general public, 400 upvotes for that one. Look, these are tough times for everybody, and I too have a lot of frustration about the way various world governments, especially the United States, have completely bungled this. Like I said in my last video about N95 masks, the reason why there is a shortage is because our government failed to listen to epidemiologists who warned them that this was going to happen. Not only did they fail to stock up on masks ahead of time, but Trump cut the council in charge of pandemics in half. So can we blame the CDC? I mean, obviously, there's plenty of interconnectedness here, and there's plenty of blame for fuck-ups to go around. But as I said in that other video, Trump specifically rearranged things so that the CDC was no longer in charge of our country's emergency stash of masks and other medical equipment. They used to be, but back in 2018, Trump put all that under the
Nobody can hear this. What do you do? I can hear this.
purview of the Assistant Secretary of Preparedness and Response at the Department of Health and Human Services. So did the CDC lie to the public in order to stop people from hoarding those masks? There's absolutely no evidence for that, and plenty of evidence against it that I can see. As I stated before, average consumers simply can't hoard so many masks that they would make a dent in the hospital stash. That problem comes from the suppliers. They need to produce more masks because our hospitals are going through them so quickly. Second of all, the advice is still, you probably don't need N95 masks. As I said repeatedly in pretty much every video about this topic, N95 masks are great if you are in close contact with a sick person who's spraying you with mucus. For everyone else, just stay home. Avoid crowds. Avoid enclosed spaces. Order your groceries to be picked up or delivered. Stay home and read your Bible instead of going to church. Want to go for a walk and you're scared somebody's going to breathe on you? An N95 is overkill in that situation. A fabric mask is probably going to protect you about as well. If the CDC didn't want to run an N95 mask, they could have just told the public, hey, leave those for the medical professionals. We recommend everyone else wear a fabric mask. The primary mode of transmission, as best as scientists can tell right now, is touching objects that have the virus on it and then touching your face, or being in close contact with someone to the point that the droplets that contain the virus can actually blast into your face. The original advice still stands. Avoid people. Wash your hands. And if you absolutely cannot avoid people, then yes, a mask might help reduce the spread so long as you use it properly. What does use it properly mean? Well, the better the fit, the better it works. The better
I don't care. No, this doesn't disprove my point. They downplayed the effectiveness of masks because they wanted to save it for the medical profession. Yes. It's fine. We're over it. It's okay. Will from PA, thank you for the tier 4 sub, really appreciate it. Superman, thank you for the $5. Topushman, thank you for the tier 1 sub, so noticed. Benji, thank you for the very kind $10. Happy New Year's to you as well. H Velociraptor, thank you for the $5. So noted. I have no intentions of getting rid of the hug emote. Oh shit, nothing again. Thank you for the very kind $20. I might get elected to take on more responsibilities at the worker co-op I work at. Things are going too well. Something terrible is going to happen soon. Damn, yeah, maybe it will. Well, better get ready for the bad thing that's going to happen. Pog. 3 donos from leftist dono 1 of 3. So you made this account just to donate to the site. No, it's a $3 dono. This would be a Streamlabs dono. Okay, gotcha. Hey Vosh, as a trans girl, I feel the hate you get from other queer people is often them asserting femininity in a weird way as you're performatively masculine. As a result, I sometimes feel even less valid in my transness/womanhood for enjoying your content. In regards to the actual tweets, I personally don't like them as they remind me of my male parts and induce minor dysphoria, but that is no fault of the joke. I mean that in a non-Truscan way. Thank you for all you do. Oh, this is in relation to the tweets. Yeah, I can get that. I mean, I can't. Obviously, I can't do anything about that because, I mean, a ton of like saying anything about trans people is going to involve acknowledging that they're trans, but yeah. I do think that a lot of the hate that I get from the left has to do with like the performative masculinity thing. Oh, speaking of, Markinator with the $5. Thought Slime just handed out his 2021 IBs awards and you appear in it here. All right, let's go. Where are the memes at?
That. Best takedown of a ding-dong. We like to do this. Plenty of ding-dongs in the world that need a good owning with facts and logic and reason, etc. It's a staple in the bread tube. It lets you siphon some asshole's popularity to show people who are interested in said asshole why they're a asshole. The nominees are Sean, Jimmy Dore's anti-vaccine lies; Professor Flowers, the master debater, Vosh on black nationalism;
I remember that critical takedown.
and We're in Hell, featuring Unlearning Economics, the cruel optimism of Steven Pinker.
I love to be put alongside Jimmy Dore and Steven Pinker. The cruel optimism of Steven Pinker is a really good video, by the way.
And the IB goes to
it's got
Professor Flowers. Fuck.
Yeah, I fucking thought so. There we go. Nice. Thought Slime has some weird obsession with me that I really don't get, but yeah.
Look, it's not that I think she doesn't deserve it. I think she does, obviously, or else I wouldn't,
I'm honored.
have picked her.
Does
I'm
that go to
picking
me?
these if that's
I guess
not
it goes
clear.
to her.
But
yeah.
because none of this should have happened, it's deeply troubling that any of it happened. She didn't set out to take down a ding-dong, but rather to explain black nationalism, a position that she does not even hold, but does understand, in good faith, and was then harassed, bullied, and slandered for it.
I feel like my main issue here, after all of this, is that you guys didn't go far enough in harassing a queer woman of color. I feel like you guys could have gone way harder with that, you know? That's my main issue. I feel like the logistics here just didn't pan out. Like, you could have gone way harder. That's the main issue, you know? Honest. Oh yeah, same shirt. What's up? That's consistency right there. Wait, she claims to be a black nationalist? Yeah, wait, doesn't she literally... Wait, hold on. Thought Slime is literally conflating this in the same way Professor Flowers accused me of conflating it. I'm pretty sure that Professor Flowers identifies as a black nationalist. It's a black separatist that she lied about and actually does believe but pretended not to believe. But right now, Thought Slime is saying, were you doing the same thing? You... No. She does believe in... Well, actually, she believes in black separatism. Keep in mind, we're on like 3 layers here with like what, you know, Whitey Thought Slime thinks, and then what is the actual thing that they believe, and then what the thing they lie about believing is. It's like dealing with Fuentes over here. Jesus.
People were calling her a Nazi
True.
for trying to explain a historical
Nazi.
liberatory struggle for marginalized people who she
Marginalized people. Ah, you mean the Aryan Volk from the Jewish Scourge? That's what she believes. Not me, by the way. Not me.
didn't even agree with. Simply by trying to correct misinformation, she exposed an ugliness at the heart of the way that white leftists look down on and talk over people of color. The way that conflict can be cultivated and weaponized.
2022, baby. It's the ableism arc and the talking down to people of color arc. That's what we got.
To create bottom-tier personality-based content. To the loudest go the spoils. Fuck anyone who gets in their way. And right now you're probably all mad in the comments saying, why are you being so mean to Vosh? And I'd
wait, hold on. Wait, why the fuck would your audience say that? What? People vastly overstate the reach of my audience. Anywhere online, if you say fuck Vosh, you're going to get applause, okay? The only place that's not the case is my goddamn audience, you know?
It is not my intent to be. I'm not trying to single out Vosh in particular. Obviously, he and I have a history of mutual animosity. And to be clear, I do think he behaved disgustingly. But I think the reason that these...
This is the thing, by the way. They never actually say for what. Like what, though? I talked with Professor Flowers. It was like, I was very calm with her. I treated her like the baby-brained moron that she is. You know, I have very gloves on. Many layers of gloves. Like mittens with how many layers I put on, you know? I was very kind. Yeah, I gave her therapy, for fuck's sake. I gave her a free therapy session. I just, like, what did I do? What position did I hold that they take umbrage with? Because the only position that she and I couldn't come to terms on is she thought it was okay to kill or ethnically cleanse millions of white South Africans, and I thought that you shouldn't do that. That was like that was the critical, you know. That was the critical disagreement right there. Well, you know, that was the big hit, you know? Why is it so hard for people to say ethnic cleansing is bad? Well, the issue is that Thought Slime belongs to the group of white lefties who are obsessed with racial cuckoldry. Like, they are the biggest... When conservatives talk about white guilt, they're talking about an incredibly marginal fraction of people on the left, and it's entirely thought slime, you know. There are people on the left who legitimately do not believe, if they're white, that they have a right to second guess non-white people. And there are people like that. There are men like this with women, and there are cis people like this with trans people. And they're basically just huge cucks. And they get walked all over by the minority groups with the worst opinions because that's where they get away with it easiest, you know. That's because that's like people like Professor Flowers, right? Like if you're like racist against white people, or if you're like an honest to God anti-white racist, you know, the easiest crowd to like work with are the self-hating white people, you know. That's incredibly easy to work with them because like they'll just agree with whatever the fuck you say. They'll call anyone who disagrees that you're racist, and they're like your shield, right? They do the same thing for you that black conservatives do for like conservatism, you know. It's really easy stuff.
These videos are so important aren't because they expose Vosh, but because it could just as easily have been me doing that. Me being the one behaving this way.
See? No! Exactly! This is it! It's performative self-hatred. This is exactly what I mean. He can't even just condemn my behavior. It has to be a we the whites thing, you know? Well, the real reason that I think this is good is because, you know, as whites, we're all vulnerable to the... Like, no, this is what I mean. It can't just be a denunciation of political positions they don't like. This is an apology for being white right now, which is crazy. I can't imagine being, like, apologetic over this shit, man. It's fucking wild. I don't know. Man.
I like to think I wouldn't, but the fact that I could, the fact that my audience, who are also largely Vosh's audience, would let
Is that true? Well, hold on. I feel like, didn't Thought Slime recently tweet saying that there's a large audience overlap or something like that? I think I remember that. Yes, it's true. Oh, we got links and everything. Oh my god. Hold on. I gotta open an incog because I'm blocked. Oh yeah. YouTube analytics occasionally reminds me the channel I share the most audience with is his being Vosh. Oh yeah, they were complaining about me a while ago. That is kind of wild. I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere all the time, you know? And by the way, they're Vosh viewers watching your content, Thought Slime, not Thought Slime viewers watching my content. Remember.
let me get away with it. And that's a problem. This is
Can you check in the YouTube stats? No, I can't because it's not true on my end. This is what it means to have the GigaChad community that I'm a part of. Thought Slime doesn't even show up on my adjacent channels list, which means that this is basically like the virile Vosh channel seed. You know what I mean? Like all the channels adjacent to me have my dude showing up, but it's not the case the other way around. Most of my adjacent channels have to do with like other live streaming things. I think they're mostly like Hassan or Hassanabi clip channels or my own clip channels, I think. Where does it say? Analytics, audience. Yeah, here's the order. It's my second channel, the Vosh Pit. You should all sub, by the way. Hassan, Sam Cedar, Destiny, Daily Dose of Hassanabi, Secular Talk, David Pacman, and the rest of it is channels adjacent either to myself or Hassan. Oh, and the Young Turks and some more news. But that's the top 15.
This is not a Vosh issue, at least not exclusively a Vosh issue. This is not me beefing with the man, because it's a white leftist issue.
Man, I hope TS is doing okay, man. I can't imagine having takes this sort. Yeah, are you okay? Jesus fuck. I was at my lowest level as a left-leaning person when I felt like the issue with the world was the essential behavior of non-marginalized groups. You know what I mean? But some people never grow out of that. In a way, it's like it's almost psychotically egotistical. Because what people like Thought Slime are really looking for is the affirmation of minorities. It's egotistical and I think rather patronizing. Like the thing they want the most, the thing they crave the most, I think, is to be told like, you know, you're the good white or whatever, as their head is like cradled, you know, by, I guess, non-white person, whatever. By, let's just say Terry Crews, because he's like a real big paternal guy, you know, like he's like big, you know, he'd probably be comfy in his lap. Let's just go with that. Yeah. It's just pick me shit, yeah. It'd be awesome to talk with TS. We will literally never talk with TS. There's 0% chance of that ever happening. I'm like in TS's mind, I'm like I assassinated Archduke Ferdinand, you know. In TS's mind, I'm pretty sure like I single-handedly did 9/11 or something. Hitler too. I don't know. Assassinated. That's when the Pingu does it, kills you.
I too am a white leftist. I think a lot of white people get a little too comfortable viewing the situation as simply vosh bad. This is a systemic problem of white.
The main problem with this, whole situation is too many people were blaming Vosh for Vosh's behavior instead of blaming white people for. That's what they're saying, by the way, right? They're saying like, well, I feel like a lot. My main problem with this is that they weren't essentializing this to the race of the guy I don't like enough.
White comfort being prioritized over BIPOC liberation and black.
I can't.
A lot of white people get a little too comfortable viewing the situation as simply vosh bad. This is a systemic problem of white comfort being prioritized over BIPOC liberation and black liberation specifically. A problem of white people having all of the power and authority even within spaces supposedly dedicated to divesting them of that power and authority. Something that's easy to recognize when it comes from our ideology.
It's a really interesting way of putting it, that lefty spaces are about divesting white people of their power and authority. That is a very interesting way. I would never think to describe a progressive space like that, you know. Oh, progressive spaces, that's where you have white people and men and cis people of less power. Like, that's just very, I mean, technically, like, relatively speaking, I guess that's true. That's not necessarily inaccurate. Equality would mean a lower proportional power for, you know, majority groups right now. But it is a very weird way of putting it forward, you know what I mean? Like, it would be like, you know, no, I don't know. It's just a bit strange. It's more about a horizontal society, right? Yeah, it's kind of like, I'm trying to think of how to put this. I don't know. It would be like, okay, we all agree that like contraception should be free and accessible to everyone, right? Like, that's super obvious, right? Like, super accessible, super, like, so for good family planning, okay. But it'd be like, imagine if somebody was like, you know, yeah, you know, people should want this so that like fewer black babies are born. And it's like, well, that would be a consequence, technically, of having readily available free contraception, but it is weird that that's how you're putting the point forward, you know, that it is odd that you would deliver it that way. Okay. We're belaboring the point here.
Ideological enemies, but often overlooked, sometimes deliberately, when it comes from our side. So, Lua gets this award. I wish she didn't. Or rather, I suppose, I wish that she got it for her video about Tom McDonald. That'd be nice. Wouldn't that have been more fun?
Did she agree with Tom McDonald? What's the conclusion to that one?
Rap in that video. That's where we could be. We could be talking about that, but instead, we've got to talk about this. And side note,
are we done? Are we good?
If you have a problem with any of what I've said here, take it up with me and not her. She's put up with a lot of bullshit about this already, and
oh yeah, sure, I'd totally be down. Yes, you could. If we can talk about it, if you want. I'm already done with her, I guess. Yeah, just it'll never happen. It'll never, guys. It'll never happen. Not in a million years. Don't they prefer they? Okay, wait, hold on. I thought Slime went by he, they, and it was the Peter Coffin who went by they, them. Thought Slime uses any all? Any all. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. But people in chat, okay, yeah, all right. Are we good? I think we're good, right? Oh, top response being FD signifier is not a good omen for whatever we're getting from that. It was the person, everyone was like, hey, check out this video on Debate Bros from FD signifier, and I looked at 5 minutes of it, and I didn't like.
She
the
did
5
not
minutes.
ask to have this can of worms reopened. So if you've got a problem, or if you think that I've been too uncharitable to Vosh, then bother me about it so I can ignore you instead of her. Best video on a
All
topic.
right, feel like we're good. There we go. Nice. All right, what else do we got? What are these links? Yes, this is the NFT with the monkey titties. Okay, I saw that. Very good. Very good. Link that stuff not safe for work if you're going to do this. Venti's new master hit piece on you. Oh my god. Has Venti gotten this irrelevant? Holy shit. Vosh pedo. Vosh pedo. Get him. Hoomst. She's some alt-right chick who got banned from Twitch a while ago because wasn't she like a quarter African and she was baking African cookies and they were like made of dirt or something? Yeah, I don't know. Just some shit. I don't fucking know. Was that it? That was it, right? I think that was it. Yeah, I don't know. While making clicking noises. Oh, gotcha. All right, good. Yeah, there we go. I think Destiny did a stream with her recently. That's not a joke. Wasn't there a Luna Oi video you thought was funny? Man, dude, if we go over every video that I think is funny, we're never gonna get to the goddamn game. Yeah, the Luna Oi video does seem like it would be very funny. He was on a panel debating her. Oh, okay, gotcha. Did you see the shit eater ate a whole bucket of shit on stream today? That's correct. Guys, move on. The Luna Oi video does seem like a lot of fun to tear into. Fuck, there's so many... God, there's so many videos. Oh my god. And Markinator donated another $5. The content farm, Markinator. This guy Step Back called you a racist in this video for your Professor Flowers debate. Oh, good. Let's go. God help me. I'm ready, my dude. Call me racist. That's the second person on the right I've seen say something along the lines of Vosh said kids can consent or be intimate. What's that about? What take is that even referring to? So I was way back in the day, and again, this was before I specifically phrased all of my sentences to minimize the clipping. I was literally in the middle of an argument for how a rule utilitarian could always argue against any kind of child-adult relationship. I was literally, this was an argument that I was constructing from beginning to end, which was unambiguously being delivered to convey the point that as a rule utilitarian, which is what I was at the time, and now the difference between rule and act utilitarian's gotten a bit fuzzier, but the general take still holds, is that it's always bad. So it got cut in half by Bad Empanada or something like that. Yeah, there's like a Reddit post that gives context. I get tired of giving context on stream because there's always one new person every 10 minutes who hasn't heard the context or whatever, but like I can't, if I spend every 10 minutes explaining, then it's the whole fucking stream, you know? Suffice to say, the reason why people are so intent in calling me a pedophile is because they're infuriated by my permanently good takes, you know? There's a reason why takedown videos on me never have anything to do with my actual political positions and always have to do with showing clips of me that mysteriously end mid-sentence. Like, every time. Consistently, every time. You know, funnily enough, I actually have to give some credit to the Vosh is unironically evil video, because I think that's actually the only takedown video I've ever seen of me that actually made an effort, admittedly not a great one, but an effort to address actual positions that I held. You know, honestly, I should have respected that video more at the time, because, like, I think that's every other takedown video is always the same clip chimping every single time. It's never actually my positions. So that by the standard of the counter videos I tend to give, that's actually like really high up there, right? All right, hold on.
And not much has changed looking at the racism endemic in the white spaces.
Oh my, we're doing it again. God, listen. All right, I'm going to give some advice to all my fellow white boys, okay? Here's how you get a black girl to fuck you, okay? You go up to them and you tell them about your favorite anime, okay? And if 9 out of 10 times this isn't going to work, but if it does, then you're good, okay? Just work with there, okay? Stop with this. This doesn't work. This is not a good strategy. Okay, maybe that strategy is 1 in 10. Okay, your strategy of listen up, fellow whites. We whites have serious problems we need to deal with in the white community of white left. This is 0 out of 10, okay? Holy shit. Please, I'm begging you.
The defense of racist attacks by a certain white man-bunned YouTuber against a black YouTuber because said
I
man
haven't worn a man bun in so long, man. Let's not start with the appearance insults. It's not, he didn't insult me.
bunned YouTuber never learned to read
Ah.
comes to mind. Subscribe to Professor Flowers, by the way. Or the
Holy shit, they're not gonna fuck you! Stop! It's not. They're not. It's not gonna happen. Stop! God, Jesus, fucking Christ. Yeah, is he afraid to say my name?
the defense of racist attacks by
Oh.
read comes to mind. Subscribe
Yeah,
to
okay, I
Professor
clicked on the buffer button.
Online defenders of Kyle Rittenhouse.
What? Wait, were they literally just afraid to say my name? Like, you say my name 3 times in a mirror and I show up? That is true, by the way. That'll happen.
Trying to get everyone a better deal. We saw this in the Democratic Party primaries.
Well, literally, they couldn't say my name.
Of Kyle Rittenhouse.
Because I don't think I'm known pro-Rittenhouse guy. That's the other one, so... Stop skipping and just watch it. The next thing is the random video. What is this?
Rebellion. One of the things I didn't tell you about the rebellion is that what made it strong.
See, look, that was just that little bit right there. Yeah, okay. Fuck, do we look at the Luna Oi video? I kind of want to. God damn it. Hold on. Let's just be really petty. Let's just be a really... Let's just be a petty asshole. All right. This is the video. I keep seeing screenshots of this on Twitter. It's called How to Think Like a Vietnamese Communist, an Intro to Dialectical Materialism. All right, I'm just going to lay all the cards up front, like right off the bat, okay? First of all, I've already read all theory. I don't want to hear it. Second of all, okay. Second of all, and this is really important, okay? Marxism-Leninism isn't a real thing, okay? Basically, here's the history of leftist theory, all right? Cool dudes with revolutionary ideas wrote those ideas into paper and made them thoughts that people thought, okay? But then later, you know, other people with different ideas took power of states, and they realized that the best way to maintain popular support was to maintain the veneer that their state craft was being guided by the ideology that was so popular with the people. So what they did was they created a fancy term called Marxism-Leninism, or, you know, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, or Marxism-Leninism with Ho Chi Minh thought, or whatever else. And essentially, they just took boilerplate authoritarian state ideology and were like, hey, but actually it's like the revolutionary state, so it's all good. I understand that you can get like a PhD in Marxism-Leninism in Vietnam, which is very funny to me that a capitalist state would allow you to get a degree in a subversive revolutionary ideology. You know, something tells me, like, to me, this is like hearing that, like, Amazon has, like, socialist, you know, like, side jobs you could do, or what are they called? Like, the modules? Yeah, like, socialism modules. You know what I mean? It's like, hey guys, listen, Bezos isn't so bad. Look, you can take a... Listen, okay? It's called the People's Warehouse. It's like, so yeah, I don't care. The only good thing that Luna Oi has ever done was point out that Haas was like a sexist chauvinist or whatever, but I mean, broken clocks. I don't know.
Hi everybody, I'm Luna. Welcome back to Luna Oi.
Banger
The
intro,
world
queen.
is a very scary place right now, and a lot of you are thinking about standing up for radical change. I get comments and messages from my audience every day who watch my videos because they want to learn more about my country, Vietnam, our history, and how we were able to defeat the brutal oppression of colonial France and imperialist United States of America. Because right now, a lot of you are
Oh, this is going to be a different type of video, by the way. The screenshots that I saw indicated that this just revealed like a really bad understanding of theory. I just want to see.
suffering from brutal oppression all around the world. Well, I believe that the key to our success is the key to any successful revolution is ideology. Ho Chi Minh once said, "Action without ideology is blind action. Ideology without action is dogmatism."
Oh,
if
that's
we
cool.
want a movement or revolution to succeed, action and ideology must go along together. Ideology will guide actions, and actions will make ideology come true. Actually, there's one more important part to this, which American has talked about in some videos before. Investigation. So, if you're trying to think about how to change the world for the better, it's not a bad idea to investigate successful revolutions of the past, like the revolution we had here in Vietnam. To make it easier for you to understand the ideology that guided our revolution in Vietnam, I've decided to do the unthinkable. I ordered all of my college textbooks on Marxist-Leninism and Ho Chi Minh thought, and I'm studying them all again. Something I really thought I would never do.
The idea of like college textbooks on the revolutionary ideology is so strange to me. I wish I could get like my hands on some like translated versions or something. You know, like I want to see like what do we got here, you know? I guess
Because
we're
these
gonna
books
hear.
are boring as fuck.
That's probably
At
true.
least they were for me when I was a college student. Back then, honestly, I never thought I would need any of this knowledge ever in my life. I thought I would just be a normal girl with an office job for the rest of my life. But the world has gotten so scary so fast. Now I know that this knowledge is very important, and I'm glad I got to study Marxist, Leninist, and Ho Chi Minh ideology so deeply as a student. So I'm going to share this knowledge with you now, but I will try to make it much less boring than my college classes were. I was born and raised as a Marxist-Leninist. In Vietnam, we study Marxist-Leninism and Ho Chi Minh thought from primary school all the way through college.
So fucking. That's so goddamn weird. What is the? So, that definitely sounds like a economic and philosophical. It's not indoctrination. The weird thing is, okay, there's a very big difference, I think, between like being sort of implicitly taught something and being sort of like explicit state ideology. We sort of do that with capitalism here. There is a critical difference. With capitalism, like, if you talk to your average American, they have no fucking idea what capitalism is, okay? Basically, like, what you learn all the way up to the end of high school is like, hey, free markets worked, and like the non-free market countries didn't work, and now we have that, and like, yeah, America, USA, woohoo. It's not really delivered as an explicit, like, ideological advocacy for capitalism so much as it is the general backplate of American exceptionalism. But there's a critical difference there. The American exceptionalist bullshit that gets taught in American schools is really bad, and I'm not going to touch on that or, like, you know, downplay that or whatever. But I think there's a critical difference between the sort of passive consumption of supremacist ideology and the explicit indoctrination of state ideology. I don't actually think America really has a state ideology. I think that America has state, like, exceptionalism and, like, a nationalist, like, a very nationalist, like, you know, globally relevant hegemony. But in terms of neoliberalism, no. Neoliberalism is the way the world economy functions, but it's not a doctrine that gets taught from elementary school and up to young people. The average American has no fucking idea what neoliberalism is. And I think to an extent, this is one of the reasons why there are so many people who grow up in the West who, like, will call everything anything. Everything is socialism, everything is capitalism, everything is communism. Like, communists think that everything to the right of, like, to the left of Reagan is communism, and a ton of people think it's socialism when the post office delivers you letters. And just, I feel like there's a different approach, and the approach that America, I think, takes in a lot of other countries in the modern world is a deliberate ideological incoherence, which is not the same as a state ideology. It actually has kind of the opposite effect with the same outcome, if that makes any sense. Whereas people, I think, when you're educated from birth on Marxism, Leninism, you know, you have a very deliberate state ideology taught to you by agents of the state that make you complicit in sort of the, you know, state indoctrination. But in America, I think nobody really believes in anything outside of very vague, very general ideas, and we're taught mutually exclusive and contradictory definitions, which can make it difficult to latch onto anything other than a kind of banal acceptance of intuitive truths, like fascism, for example, which appeals to people intuitively more so than logically, or like, to put it another way, business practices aren't in like sort of ideologically ingrained in us. They have to be taught by people going into business. People aren't like taught business sense by default. And funnily enough, Vietnam is also neoliberal, so it's there's still that. Yeah, you can see Vietnam's GDP skyrocket when they accepted those neoliberal reforms. It was GDP per capita. Here, hold on. Let me see. They really did a doozy on that country with their. Let me see. No, I need a longer graph than this. They always show me some shit like the past 10 years. Who the fuck measures GDP growth over 10 years? Get out of here. Obviously, I want them 30 years. Now, are we being real right now? This goes back to 1985. I guess that's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Damn, look at that. Right down here. I wish this was more like exponential or whatever, but like right here, back in 1988, I think, 1989, their GDP per capita was less than $100. It was 1/7 of the Philippines. Like, look at this. It's like nothing. And now it's like 30 times that. Which is pretty incredible, right? Yeah. GDP is a capitalist creation, and Vietnam is a capitalist country. I'm not sure what the issue is. Also, if you don't think that a GDP per capita number growing times 30 in just 30 years is meaningful in any way, then yes, that does mean something. There is some kind of metric worth there, yeah. From my knowledge, isn't Vietnam basically just authoritarian sock dams? If you want social democracy, go to the Scandinavian countries. Yeah, Vietnam has some good stuff, but yeah, there's some bad stuff.
I have always known that Marxism and Leninism have my country fight against.
Bosch, you know why I did this? Because the West became more okay with it because they became more liberalized markets? Yes. Yes. When you adopt economic systems that work with the global economic order, then yeah, yes. Yeah. GDP growth is due to them opening the world markets. Wait, guys, why do you think this is an own? Wait, do you guys think it's acceptable to just starve your population because you're like, no, we can't open to the world markets, that's capitalism. Guys, are you ready for the deep truth? Vietnam was capitalist before they opened their markets, okay? And so was the USSR, all right? And so was Cuba, and so is Cuba, all right? I don't want to hear it. All they did was neoliberalize. They were already liberal, at least economically in some respects. Except less efficiently because they had state bureaucrats managing a huge portion of their economy.
Imperialism and colonialism and gain our own independence. But I never realized how little the rest of the world knows about Marxism-Leninism.
Oh my God, I have to start chat. Vosh, I don't think you're giving enough credit to how extreme the US is. I wasn't talking about how extreme the US is. Deliberate ideological incoherence is an obvious fact of our education with regards to politics and economics, okay? That is absolutely the case. We're taught very, 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 very little of explicit political and economic systems growing up in America. We just accept that what we have works the best as a product of America's economic supremacy, and we adopt a sort of intuitive rejection of things outside the norm. That's not the same as being taught state ideology. It has nothing to do with whether or not something's extreme or not. Not what we're talking about.
I started this channel and started talking to my audience about it. I know that there are a lot of misconceptions about Marxism-Leninism, and I also know a lot of Black Lives Matter activists are starting to discuss whether Marxism and Leninism could be helpful for your movement. I have seen
No.
a lot of people, mostly
Don't do
liberals, but also a lot of leftists say that Marxism is just for white people, and that Marx and Engels and Lenin were just a bunch of white dead guys, and that communism has nothing to do with black people or people of color. First of all, not all Marxists are white. And actually, the number of white Marxists today is way lower than the number of Marxists who are people of color, like myself. Ho Chi Minh, Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, Patrice Lumumba, Mao Zedong, they were some of the most important Marxist-Leninists in history, and none of them were white. Today, millions and millions of people of color around the world are Marxist-Leninists, and many people such as in the Philippines are fighting Marxist-Leninist revolutions right now. So please, don't erase us by saying that communism is only for white people. For me, the main goal of Marxism is to make people equal, to liberate all human beings. This ideology helps oppressed people realize the nature of capitalism and show us that a better society is possible. For over 100 years, Marxism has been tested all over the world. Many times, communism has almost been wiped out by capitalism. But to this day, Marxism still exists, and lately it's been growing more and more popular, even though capitalism has spent so much money and so many resources trying to wipe us out. For example, in the USA, capitalism is what gives the white supremacism and transphobia and all other forms of bigotry their power. It's the capitalist state that uses this, and lately it's been growing more and more popular, even though capitalism has spent so much money and so many resources trying to wipe us out. For example, in the USA, capitalism is what gives the white supremacism and transphobia and all other forms of bigotry their power. It's the capitalist state that
No. Incorrect. Moving on. No, I will not elaborate. Any economic superstructure is going to be vulnerable to exploitation from bigoted groups, but that doesn't have to be capitalism. That could be feudalism, that could be, you know, mercantile capitalism, that could be socialism, that could be communism. There is no economic system that can insulate you from bigotry. They're two not separate, but two distinct fights that have to be won. If you want any, I mean, I'm an ultra, I guess, so like I would say the USSR is social, or not social, capitalist as well, or fascist even. But if you want examples of this, like China, the USSR, Cuba, all these countries, Vietnam, they all had ethnically displaced groups. Seriously, look at the history of any of these countries, okay? Like the existence of like private property relations are not the thing which makes it possible to discriminate against minority groups. It's a way that you can do it, you know. But that's like that'd be like, you know, that'd be like if you're doing a lynching inside of a lumber mill, you know what I mean? And the people are using like, you know, carpenter's hammers and bandsaws to do the lynching. And somebody's like, you know, the power of this lynching only arose from the lumber mill. If we simply if we were simply in a foundry, you know, there would be no way to do lynchings. There are no bandsaws or carpenter's hammers in a foundry, you know. I actually, I feel like that's a pretty good analogy. I have to use that one in the future. I think that's good, you know.
uses bigotry to divide the working class, and it's the capitalist state that allows racists and bigots to have so much power in American society. It's true, we cannot fight capitalism alone. We have to fight capitalism and systemic racism and other forms of bigotry together. But we will never be able to have an equal society until we defeat capitalism. Capitalists want to suppress Marxism because they know that these ideas are the biggest threat to their power structures. That's why I believe it's now.
Do you think your calling of modern China or the USSR fascist accidentally gives credit to the idea of socialism and fascism the same? No, I think the people calling those fascist countries socialist are actually the ones giving credit to the idea that socialism and fascism are the same. Nothing makes the left look worse than pointing at modern-day China and going, yeah, dude, vanguard of socialism, bro. Like, yeah, I think that one's gonna be on them. I'm sorry.
Necessary for all people around the world to seriously consider Marxism. I do personally believe that Marxism-Leninism can liberate the black community and all communities, not just in the USA, but all around the world. But you cannot just copy exactly what Lenin did. You can't even copy what Ho Chi Minh did. Lenin and Ho Chi Minh both tailor Marxist philosophy for the material conditions of the time and place in which they lived. So, in order to make ideology useful, you have to learn how to use Marxist ideology creatively to apply our principles to your current material conditions. And these books actually do a great job.
This does feel a bit like a self-help pitch, doesn't it? A little bit, like with the music and the books and the pitch. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, attune your chakras.
Teaching us how to do it. They were written by Vietnam's Ministry of Education. Basically, Vietnam's...
Ooh, I love that. Hey, learn this ideology. It was written from this nation's Ministry of Education. I love that. Oh, boy.
Education system wanted to take information from a lot of different sources, such as Marx's Das Kapital and Lenin's writings and Ho Chi Minh's writings, and streamline them all together into one curriculum which students could easily learn.
Does anyone else feel it's a bit ironic, the idea of synthesizing 3 different theorists from 3 different eras and 3 different parts of the world and streamlining it into a single textbook that's produced by your state government? I mean, like, that just seems a bit just like, hey, you know, we got the gist of it, you know what I mean? We distilled it down to its essence.
And I have to admit, these books break things down in a way that is very simple and easy to understand. As far as I know, nobody has ever translated the text into English. So this might be the first time this info has ever been shared outside of Vietnam. I would like to eventually translate them fully.
Wait, I'm sorry. Ho Chi Minh's works, Lenin's works, and Marx's works have all been translated into English and have been for decades. What do these books contain if they truly are the synthesis of those 3 researchers, then shouldn't all this information maybe the specific organization of words is different here, but is the content different? You know, is there a meaningful? Yeah, it's the state's interpretation. Yeah, the information should be the same. You know, theoretically.
Into English. So if that's something you would be interested in, let me know in the comments. Maybe I can do a GoFundMe or something to try to translate them all. Follow me on Twitter or consider becoming my patron if you're interested.
I'd be down to see
I will
translations.
put the links in the description.
I'm not trying to be mean or yeah, I would be totally down to see. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like I'm coming in here with a pretty negative attitude towards this whole enterprise, but I think that the translation of materials is always good, you know.
But for now, I want to make the basic info available as quickly as possible, so I will make some videos that share the information as simply and entertainingly as possible, so it might help my comrades around the world. So let's crack these babies open and have some fun with communist ideology.
Let's go!
Now let's start with Chapter 1. Introduction to the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism.
I love the music!
Generally speaking, Marxism-Leninism is a system of ideas and scientific theories built by Marx and Engels and developed by Lenin. Marxism-Leninism is a philosophy that explains the dynamic laws of nature, society, and human thought.
Anytime you're hearing people talk about socialism and they start using terms like laws of nature and scientific, you can safely discard anything and everything they have to say.
I will talk more about this dynamic law later in this video, but for now I can say this. Nature, society, and human thought always change, always move and develop. For thousands of years, Europeans tried to learn and explain this through philosophy. For thousands of years, Europeans tried to learn and explain this through philosophy.
Did she say Europeans or like another word?
And development. For thousands of years, Europeans tried to learn and explain this through philosophy. But there were some major limitations in those early ideas.
I'm pretty sure people all over the world had philosophers.
Marx, Engels, and Lenin tried to create a new ideology to scientifically tackle all the problems with pre-existing European philosophy. Studying the development of human society is one of the most important purposes of Marxism.
Wait, no, they did. Wait, first of all, this is philosophy. Scientifically isn't an applicable term here. Second of all, okay, Marx and Engels did not set out to address everything Western philosophy had failed to. They weren't talking about metaphysics or epistemology or any of the, like, no, this philosophy is a huge range of things to potentially talk about.
At the time Marx and Engels were alive, Capitalism was getting stronger and stronger all over the world. They saw how the working class was exploited. They saw how the workers started to fight for their basic rights, and they saw the evil nature of capitalism. By the 1840s, the contradictions between the working class and the capitalist class in Europe has become really serious.
She's saying the ideas of socialism developed from the European tradition of philosophy at the time. I mean, I could interpret what she said that way, but that's not what she said. She said another thing that was incorrect. The thing that you said was correct, and I agree with it. But the thing she said was a different thing that I don't think is correct, right? Vosh, there are some epistemological... Guys, I know that Marx wrote a ton of shit, okay? I'm only pointing out that he wasn't doing this as a way of expanding upon all non-answered questions by Western philosophy, okay? It's fine.
There were a lot of workers' strikes and revolutions all over Europe. At that time, Marx, as a supporter for working class, knew that a revolution can only succeed if it has a clear ideology that is suitable with reality. This is why Marx and Engels developed their ideas. But it's also a fact that Marx and Engels did not create Marxism out of thin air. There were a lot of other people who inspired Marx and Engels. First, there were Hegel and Feuerbach. They were both German philosophers and famous for their German classic philosophy. One of Hegel's biggest achievements was his critique of the metaphysical method. This model was based on dialectics. The dialectical method is an ancient form of discourse based on two or more people holding different points of view, trying to establish the truth through by arguing. It's kind of like debate. In Europe, dialectics go back.
That's a, I think that's, maybe an underdeveloped take on the matter. Let me go through this.
Back to ancient times, when Socrates and Plato and Aristotle wrote philosophical texts in the form of arguments between different...
What? I threw it out.
Where'd you put the clear rubber
It should be right there.
band? Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Different characters. Dialectics were also used in ancient Asia. Taoism is an ancient philosophy that presents the world as made up of opposites in conflicts with each other. For thousands of years, philosophers in Asia have used dialectical logic to examine the human experience. It's interesting to note that Asia
Okay, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But what she's referring to here is like dialectics in the general sense, not Hegelian dialectics. She's referring to dialectics in like the idea of arriving at a conclusion through debate. I mean, but Hegelian dialectics are like specifically a component of idealist philosophy. The idea that, you know, the dialectical process and the synthesis that you arrive at is a product of this sort of immaterial movement towards a kind of ideological perfection, you know. I haven't read all of Hegel. I've heard it's quite boring. Yeah, let's continue this for a bit.
Marxist-Leninists like Mao Zedong and Ho Chi Minh blended Asian dialectical principles into Marxist-Leninism, but that's a topic for another time. For now, you should just understand that dialectics just means trying to find the truth by arguing from different sides. Hegel developed dialectics to form clear arguments with a scientific system of laws and categories, but Hegel was an idealist. That means Hegel believed that the world experience is not the real world, because we experience it in our thoughts and in our own minds. We are only able to see and hear and touch an ideal world, not the real physical world. So, Hegel and other idealists believed that the best way to discuss and try to understand the world was through the self-conscious mind. Basically, Hegel was more concerned with trying to find truth through thought than through trying to look at the physical world. This is why Hegel developed his system of dialectics to try to find the best ways to argue and understand about the world from an idealist perspective. Now let's look at Feuerbach, another German philosopher who influenced Marx and Engels. Feuerbach moved Hegel's dialectical method from the idealistic view to the materialistic view. Materialism is the opposite of idealism. Materialists believe that it is possible to measure, observe, and understand our physical world through provable scientific methods, and that materialism is the best way to understand our world. So, Feuerbach took the dialectical method of Hegel and applied it to material analysis. Marx and Engels were heavily influenced by Feuerbach. but they believed that he was inconsistent with materialism. Sometimes he would present arguments idealistically, and sometimes he would use materialism. So they took the ideas of Hegel and Feuerbach and developed them to create their system of understanding the world, which we call dialectical materialism. So in order to understand Marxism and Leninism, you have to learn how to examine the world with dialectical materialism. That means you need to be able to dialectically argue about the world from a materialist perspective. Wow, that still sounds complicated, doesn't it? But you know, it's interesting. I think it's easy.
What's that meme right there? Monorail. Mono means one, and rail means rail. Does anyone have any questions? I don't want to nitpick the theory bit. I want to let her finish, and then I'll talk.
Easier to understand in Vietnamese. In Vietnamese, we call dialectical materialism chủ nghĩa duy vật biện chứng. Biện chứng is dialectical, and it means arguing according to evidence. I think the Vietnamese version will help you understand the difference between Hegel's dialectical idealism and Marx's dialectical materialism, because Marx and Engels believe in using provable material evidence to argue dialectically. That's very important for.
No, it's not about material evidence. It's about material conditions. No. Okay? Hegel and people more aligned with Hegel and Marx had different understandings of how progress was made in the world. You see, they were both modernist philosophers, which meant that they believed that the human experience, the philosophy of the world, the nature of things, could be concretely explained in singular narrative ideologies. Okay, so this is one of the reasons why postmodern neo-Marxist is kind of a funny term, right? You know, Marx was very much a modernist. In fact, I think Marx would quite dislike postmodernism for a number of reasons. The idea behind dialectical materialism is that the forces which move the world forward, which dictate history, human progress, are caused by the antagonisms which arise between different people's material conditions and class desires, or their what's that term? Their class interests. Thank you. There's a critical. The idea here essentially is a rejection of the old idealists, you know, who believed that the human condition, the human spirit, human society, whatever, advance through a kind of ideological debate where you have concepts which are refined through antagonisms that arise in the conflict between different variants of an idea, right? But what Marx said was, actually, that's gay and stupid and dumb and bullshit, okay? In reality, ideas aren't what drive things forward. In reality, it's material conditions. People, societies even, aren't really motivated by ideas. And this is one of the reasons why I make the argument, for example, that poor countries tend to be a lot more reactionary. We see this all over the world. The wealthier a country is, the more likely they are to be progressive, you know. Now, from an ideological perspective, from a you know, like the ideological dialectic, right? This is, I think, sometimes a little bit difficult to explain, because you have these ideas about progressivism that somehow just align perfectly along certain borders and levels of income. But it makes a lot of sense through a materialist philosophy, because you can look at that and go, ah, I see. So progressive interests are more easy to develop upon when you're unconcerned with like the basic modes of existence. If you can provide for these things, equality becomes a more desirable goal. That very primitive or poor or underdeveloped societies don't concern themselves as much with equality, because equality is second to survival. Once survival is taken for granted, fairness is something people care about a lot more. That's material, fundamentally. The idea there is that the evolution of a system is a product of material conditions right there, you know. And you can explain that dialectically, you know, as follows. Let's take America, for example. America was founded, nation, free for all, whatever, but there were slaves and women couldn't vote. Also, white people couldn't vote if they weren't property owners, or women, whatever, you know, nobody could vote, basically. Okay. So, you know, now, some people argue, you know, well, ideologically, we arrived at a dialectical resolution when we passed the Civil Rights Act, when we allowed women to vote, et cetera, because these conflicting ideas, you know, they challenged one another, so on. But if you look at things, I disagree strongly. You know, if you take a look, for example, at the abolition of slavery, one of the big things there is the core question: why was the South so inured with slavery when the North wasn't? And to me, the answer is economics. Okay, it's not because the North was more ideologically developed; it's because the South was less economically developed. They still relied on plantations and cotton picking. So to them, they had to come up with ideological justifications for the material state of things. Do you understand? They were dependent upon slavery, right? And so you can talk about the way in which women's rights and suffrage and feminism were advanced not just by people's ideas advancing, but also by World War I and World War II. Where they would, you know, send women off to the factories to replace the men who were sent off to the battle lines, right? And that created economic conditions. It's not that people's ideas move forward. It's that people are driven by their needs, material needs, and you fight for those needs. And when circumstances change, you might arrive at different conclusions. Take a look, for example, at the civil rights protests. Back in the 1960s, right? Did you guys know one of the biggest reasons why the American government capitulated and signed over the Civil Rights Act? One of the biggest reasons why they were willing to sort of make that concession to allow for that equality, to end separate but equal Jim Crow, it was because of the immense external pressure being caused by the Soviet Union. America was bearing a really, really, really bad international reputation at the time because we were having all these strong civil rights protests and injustice going on inside of the United States, and it was counter to the geopolitical interests of the United States, which were trying to convince a lot of these developing countries full of non-white people to stick with them instead of developing support for the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union was using this for propaganda. You know, if the US and Soviet Union are fighting over allegiances in a developing country full of non-white people, do you think the fact that America still has Jim Crow laws in effect make them look good? Now, Soviet Union had their own fucked up history, but sure, it's still good propaganda for them. You know, the USSR can go, oh, you want to work under the Americans, do you? Look at how they treat their non-white people domestically. You think they'll treat you well abroad? Material conditions, okay? Not ideas, not debate, really, but a procession and advancement of the things that drive people to act the way that they do. That's the critical distinction there. And I'm not a modernist. I don't think that, you know, dialectical materialism can single-handedly explain all human behavior. But I think that it's a really, really good way of looking at things to understand a ton of history. How there are a ton of historical developments, ideological shifts, wars, revolutions, battles that you can explain not because people arrived at the revelation that these ideas had problems and that they should arrive at a better one, or, you know, these conclusions changed, but rather that just the power relations of different groups with different class interests shifted. That's a critical one, you know. No, yeah, dialectical materialism doesn't refer to any actual debate. It refers to the antagonism between different groups with different material interests. Like the strikes back during the beginning of the 20th century, when there were massive labor movements, you know, there was a conflict and antagonism between the material interests of the robber barons, the capitalist class, and the the striking miners, factory workers, textile workers, right? There are contradictions there. Because did I say 25th? I said 20th. I said 20th century. You guys are reaching. There's an antagonism there, and the things which resulted from those antagonisms, like for example labor laws, they were a product of a dialectical resolution of conflicting material forces. Does that make sense to everyone? Again, I'm not an expert on the theory stuff, but like that's the gist of it, okay? That's the gist of it. And by the way, it's through historical materialism that I criticize countries like the USSR and Vietnam, okay? Because the different class interests of the proletariat and the bourgeois are reflected in the class interests of the citizen and the working people's party member, you know? Even if you had a country with no capitalist factory owners, you could still have a country like the Soviet Union did, with party members and higher party members controlling, provisions of land, or, well, they didn't own the land, just like in Vietnam. There's no private property in Vietnam, Nobody owns the land. The government owns the land, and the government is controlled by a bureaucracy. And those people have a lot of power and a very different set of material interests to your average working Vietnamese person. Anyway. Is antagonism physical action? Can also be discomfort. Antagonism simply means an inconsistency between the interests of two different groups from a materialist perspective. Doesn't have to result in physical conflict. There are plenty of antagonisms that don't actually lead to anything. They don't have to necessarily. It's just these are the fault lines along which earthquakes take place.
Understanding dialectical materialist thinking. For now, just remember, dialectical materialism is all about understanding the world by forming arguments which are based on evidence which we get from the real world.
No, just no. I reject. I could be very wrong on this, but no. This is the ideological perspective. It's not about the arguments. It's not about. It doesn't. As opposed to what? The non-evidentiary arguments? Yeah, this is empiricism. This is a philosophy concept. This isn't about debate brewing. It's about what's the alternative? Like Hegel was about forming anti-arguments with no evidence. Like before Marx, people didn't believe in evidence. Like no. It's about material conditions, but not this.
Does it make sense?
Marx was all about facts, and Hegel was all about feelings. Exactly.
I hope so. Now let's talk about Adam Smith and David Ricardo. Smith and Ricardo also influenced Marx and Engels with their concepts of profit and political economics. They help Marx and Engels understand the concepts of value and profit, the importance of material production, and the economic rules which bring all these ideas together.
Consider that when she says evidence, she means material conditions. That's quite a reach, for one. And for two, she's still saying arguments. I don't think it's about arguments. It's about the antagonism. You know what I mean? It would be like, it's like looking at the... I feel like one of the most evocative ways to talk about this is just to look at like fault lines on the planet Earth, right? Like, where do earthquakes on Earth happen? They happen along fault lines predominantly because the crust of the Earth, it grinds itself to dust at its margins. And the argument, I think, of the material... The dialectical argument here of Marx the materialist, is that these fault lines could be representative of different class interests, that maybe what was it, the San Marino, the San Jose, what's the fault that runs through Los Angeles? The fucking Los Angeles fault, this shit, fucking San Andreas, thank you. The San Andreas fault is like, on one side you've got the working class, and on the other side you've got like business interests or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, the earthquakes don't happen all the time everywhere. They happen often, and they happen mostly along that fault. Does that make any sense? Think of dialectical materialism as a map of the fault lines of the human civilization at different time periods in different countries, and the fault lines are where class interests converge, where they find antagonism with each other. And the earthquakes are disproportionate along those lines because that is where the antagonism exists. But it can happen outside there, it's not holistic, but it is very indicative. Anyway, hopefully that helps a little bit. That's my understanding of it, I think. The way you perceive reality is mediated by your class. Yeah, that's another thing. Guys, have you ever noticed that people who are rich tend to be fucking assholes who believe very strongly in the idea that they live in a meritocracy? Have you ever noticed that wealthy people are overwhelmingly more likely to believe they exist in a meritocracy than poor people? That would be another example of material conditions dictating like people's ideology rather than the other way around. That a person's ideological beliefs might not necessarily be able to dictate their circumstances, but their circumstances might severely dictate the position they have on their circumstances. Or to put it another way, whether you're born, a peasant or an aristocrat, it's not a 50-50 coin flip on whether you end up siding with one group or the other. people tend to side with their own group. And the reason they do so is because they're born into systems that reinforce the existence and the legitimacy of their own rule, or the illegitimacy of other groups, depending on, you know, the circumstances. We do this all the time with race as well. We do this all the time with race. And gender, by the way, all the time.
But Adam Smith and David Ricardo could not distinguish between simple production and capitalist production. They figured out some of the basic principles of production, but didn't really understand the nature of capitalism. So Marx and Engels applied dialectical materialism to the science of economics to understand the true nature of capitalism. Marx and Engels also learned a lot from Saint Simon, Charles Fourier, and Robert Owen, who were all utopianists. Utopianists saw that the early industrial working class was very miserable. They lived under terrible conditions, and utopianists believed that a better world could be built. For instance, Robert Owen was a wealthy textile manufacturer who tried to build a better society.
Can you imagine paying an artist for a commission before they had cameras and getting this back? You'd be like, holy shit. Never mind. Draw a different guy. I'll say that's me. My grandchildren will believe that's me when they see this picture on the mantle.
Was a wealthy textile manufacturer who tried to build a better society in New Harmony, Indiana, in the USA. Owen purchased the entire town in 1825 to try and build an ideal society. They believed they could create a new moral world of happiness, enlightenment, and prosperity through education, science, technology, and communal living. Owen's vision failed after 2 years for a variety of reasons.
Okay, wait, I'm so sorry. Somebody earlier linked a portion of a live stream where it seems that Luna is going over that devastating poll that showed that the people of Vietnam had more support for free market systems than any other country on Earth. I think I've shown this before, but the screenshot here, her face is phenomenal. So this is support for free market system with green meaning they support it and yellow meaning they don't. And Vietnam right here is far and away, by far, the most supportive of free market systems of any country studied in this poll. At the top of the emerging, and they're only emerging because of free market systems, by the way. I just want to know how, because this stream title is how Vietnam is moving towards socialism. So I just, hold on. When does she discover this?
Okay, now finally, after all of this long chart before we get to our final chart about, they call it support for free market system. Okay, most people are better off in a free market economy, even though some people are rich and some are poor. Huh? Who asked? Who asked for your opinion? Here, who asked? I don't ask for it. Certainly the
I think that's the question they asked the people here. I don't think this is a statement they're making. I think this is the question they asked in the poll that they did.
say, oh my gosh. So they say like, most people are better off in the free market economy, even though some are poor and some are rich. Like usually the line like this line, you know, here, it just explain more about the chart or the question.
I think
But
that's the question.
I see really strong smell of propaganda here. Do you see the same thing with me? Super chat from Auntie Fo Spencer. Thank you so much for your donation. Much love and solidarity from Michigan. Hi, hello, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, now free market system. This is a little piece of propaganda right here. Check note, okay?
Yeah, so again, I'm looking at this right now, and this is from Pew Research, and this is just the question they ask. When children in our country today grow up, will they be blank financially than their parents? It's the question they ask. This is just the question they asked. And then these are the response. Wait, here, all the way at the, which one is this? No, it's all the way down here. It's quite a long, discuss maybe out of our control. Support for free market system. There we go, with Vietnam at the top. Yeah. Yeah, quite a big study, I'd say.
Support a free market system. Okay, let's read through this chart and then debunk this together. All right. Now, the USA, only 25% of your people support the free market system. Holy shit.
YouTube TOS won't allow me to say the words that I want to say. That's the people who disagree. It says disagree. This is the agree, because it says agree above it.
Like, even though you're so famous of being the wealthiest country in the world at that time, now there's the second richest country in the world. But like, even though like with that amount of brainwashing and indoctrination, only 25% of you support the free market.
Is this an ESL thing? Is somebody in her chat going to correct her? It's the other... It's this. 70% of people in the US support the free market system. It's 25% don't.
Questioning. Oh, disagree with that. Fuck. Yeah.
Oh, she found out! She found out! Wait, she found out! Okay, somebody chat corrected her. Okay. All right, thank you, fucking Joseph, for answering my prayers. Okay.
25% of you disagree with the market system.
All right. Now
70% of you support.
Okay, now that the narrative has been completely flipped, what are we gonna do?
Took all things back now. Okay. 25% of the US citizen disagree with the free market system and 75% agree with it, support it. Okay. Fucking high, huh? 70%. Now check Vietnam. Vietnam here. This is a thing that got like gotcha, the liberal gotcha here. Only 3% of Vietnamese people don't support free market system.
Yeah,
95?
It's like, it's very statistically anomalous, you know. They're the only one with even with a single digit disagree response, you know. The next lowest that I can see here is Pakistan, which has 4 times as many people who dislike a free market system. You know, this is like lower than the margin of error. If there was a 5% margin of error on this, there could potentially be 102% of Vietnamese people support the free market system. I mean, hey, we are brushing up against this agree disagree result looks like a fucking Assad election result. Okay, it's like this is ridiculous.
Percent of Vietnamese support free market system. Holy shit. What does this mean? The liberals and neoliberals and, you know, tanky haters, you know, journalists with blue checks, like, throw this chart at me for I don't even know how, like, dozens of times as a guy.
How come some of the percentages don't add up? People who chose not to respond, or people who said, I don't know, or something.
Channel. Pause. Please. Calm down for a second, okay? Let's pause this and think about this. First, peer research. They don't define what is free market system.
This is the question they asked, Luna. This is the question in the gray italics. This is the question they asked.
They don't define what it means. They just let everybody know exactly what it means, but no. They don't, and you know what? The vast majority of people don't even know what the fuck does free market system mean. Second, the system, the economic system in Vietnam is not.
That's the point. The point is to not get an absolute standard for people's economic positions, but rather to assess people in a country's general position on the concept of free market systems.
Free market system. It is called the socialist-oriented market economy. Now, let me tell you, this is
me when defending market socialism, man. Literally the people's free market economy, the people's neoliberal reforms. Yeah, Marx is rolling in his fucking grave right now. Oh my god. Super capitalism.
is probably, you know, the thinking map of those capitalist propagandists. Vietnam announced that, hey everybody, we welcome to our new system. This is called the socialist-oriented market economy. And then a bunch of journalists, from BBC, Reuters, Foreign Policy, something like that, Washington Post. They say like, oh, so you mentioned like market system, like socialist-oriented market economy. So it means like it's a market economy. They totally take out the part socialist-oriented, but okay. And now like, so Vietnam is a market economy, and the organization like the Pew Research here, they immediately like, oh, so Vietnam is quote unquote, like a market.
So what she's referring to here is called, and I apologize for the pronunciation, the Doi Moi reforms. This is the neoliberal reforms that they did in Vietnam that led to their GDP per capita increasing by about 30 times, okay? So this is the name of the economic reforms initiated in Vietnam in 1986 with the goal of creating a, quote, socialist-oriented market economy, which, this is like the socialist-oriented deuces that I take in my toilet in the morning. I mean, you can give this name to anything. It's like the democratic North Korea. I mean, let's see what they actually did, huh? Let's take a look. The Doi Moi economic reforms were initiated by the, you guessed it, Communist Party of Vietnam, which is the only legal party in the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, unitary government, centralized control over the state. You guys know the deal. These reforms introduced a greater role for market forces for the coordination of economic activity between enterprises and the government agencies that allowed for private ownership of small enterprises and the creation of a stock exchange. The People's Stock Exchange for both state and non-state enterprises. God. Dude, MLs are such fucking revisionists, man. Holy shit. Toyevich. This Marx would have wanted this. This is the people's Gucci. Yes, here we have the people's stock market, and we have the people's Louis Vuitton. Yes. Toyevich. The people's stocks are going up. And by the people, I of course mean the vice premier, but why is he French now? I can't do accents. Let's just... Okay. After reunification in 1975, the economy of Vietnam was plagued by enormous difficulties in production imbalances in supply and demand, inefficiencies in distribution, circulation, and soaring inflation rates and rising debt problems. One of the few countries in modern history to experience a sharp economic deterioration in a post-war reconstruction period. Yeah, imagine having your economy tank in the post-war reconstruction period. That one time that we're supposed to do good. Jesus. God almighty. Its peacetime economy was one of the poorest in the world. Gross domestic product was valued at $18.1 billion, with a per capita income between $200 and $300 per year. Reason for this mediocre economic performance have included severe climatic conditions that affected agricultural crops, bureaucratic mismanagement, extinction of entrepreneurship, and military occupation of Cambodia. Heavily dependent on trade with the Soviet Union following the dissolution of the Comecon. Oh, I went there in San Diego. Thank you. Vietnam was forced to liberalize trade, devalue its exchange rate to increase exports, and embark on a policy of economic development. In the years immediately prior to the Doi Moi reforms, Vietnam faced an economic crisis. Inflation soared, economic growth slowed down, and export revenues covered less than the total value of imports. Yikers. Soviet aid decreased, so on and so on. Then all this happened. That's great. Okay. Early reforms. The state initiated reforms. Specifically, in October and November 1978, cooperative leaders in the North were permitted to rent out fields to members during the winter as long as the latter produced winter crops collectively for required numbers of days and returned the land in time for growing paddy in the spring. What's up?
Can you hear me the goat?
Goat? With my ring. There you go. At the six-party plenum in August 1979, the party allowed for the decentralization of economic decision-making related to farming and produced more incentives for production expansion. Provincial governments were permitted to establish trading firms, breaking the monopoly of foreign trade by the central state in Vietnam. farmland to be distributed to individual workers, individual management of a collective, and farmers could retain all production beyond their farming quota. Ah, you mean a profit. These agricultural reforms contributed to the recovery of industrial output. Following these measures, man, actually, it's actually insane, by the way, how badly Vietnam was run beforehand. Listen to this. This is a reform, by the way. Farmers could retain all production beyond their farming quota, meaning that beforehand, after they met their quota, they couldn't. That's insane. You mean like giving up all their surplus? Given how inefficient their government was, I would like to believe that they just burnt the surplus, you know? That's my personal belief. They would, you know, it's 50 bushels of grain for the season, and they produce 60, and they just burn the remaining 10. That's given how their economy was doing at the time, that's probably what happened. You know, they just tossed it in a landfill or something. Let me see. Creation of the socialist-oriented market economy. This is what I want, apparently. This is what I'm fighting for. Issued 5 points. Concerted efforts to increase the production of food, goods, and items. Okay. Continue the effort to control small merchants and capitalists while at the same time acknowledging the reality of supporting a mixed economy. To regenerate the planning bureaucracy while making the economic management system more efficient by decentralizing authority, making room for more independent decision-making. To clarify the power and jurisdiction of the Council of Ministers. To improve party organizational capacities, leadership, and cadre training. So yeah, I think the basic point of this was that they opened themselves up to foreign investment so that all of the government-run agencies could just do the same thing regular capitalist companies can do. Like, that's basically how these things always work, right? It's like, oh, yeah, it's not capitalism. It's the people's market economy. All these firms are run by the state and by cooperatives who answer to the government. And also, we work directly with Western business interests and do everything that they would do, except we're fucking run by the state. Put it away for later, Kanye. I've already eaten over today. Thank you. Recognized private land use rights. It's just... Central Committee Resolution 10 was issued. According to this resolution, farmers were not obliged to participate in cooperatives and were permitted to sell their products on the free market. Land use rights to private households recognized them as autonomous economic units. As a result, the agricultural sector shifted from autarky to commodity production. Interesting. Comparative market advantage. They adopted World Bank reform advice for market liberalism. Ah, yes, the People's World Bank, the vanguard of the revolution, the World Bank. Hello, comrade World Bank. We are implementing Marxist-Leninist, Ho Chi Minhist market reforms for socialist output. Could you, the World Bank, give us some pointers? They did reject some of the proposals. That's nice. Rejected structural adjustment programs and conditional aid funding requiring privatization of state-owned enterprises. That's the thing they kept. They kept state-owned enterprises. So they were willing to make changes towards liberalization of their economy, but not give up government control. I see where their priorities lie. That's, you know why? That's because the Communist People's Whatever Party of Vietnam has a material interest to maintain control because it's not a proper democracy. You guys understand? Here in the States, we have a barely functioning democracy, but there's still a thinly veneered material incentive for politicians to stay popular or they don't get reelected. They don't have that incentive. So over there, they're not accountable to shit. Anyway. While foreign trade was centrally controlled by the state started to loosen control of foreign trade. Consumer goods were sent back home by Vietnam, worked as diversify, shipped overseas, raising capital, neighboring countries, provide goods to Vietnam. And then the successes. Yeah. State-owned enterprises, which still made up a significant portion of the economy, remain inefficient and are plagued by problems of corruption. I like how it's like, oh yeah, the liberalization of their economy went great. The worst part of it was that the state control. They should just go full hat, man. You're not fooling anyone. Just be full. Just turn into America too. Just be like fucking Korea, okay? Just turn into just a nightmarish fucking capitalist, you know, fucking turn into a country that would make a show like Squid Game and also Parasite, okay? That's what we need. Do Squid Game. Why not? Just fucking do it. Wikipedia is calling you out. They're like, hey, you're halfway there. Now you have to get rid of your shitty fucking state-run bullshit. No? All right. Okay, we've done enough. I really don't like Luna Oi. I feel like Luna Oi is just one of those people that give socialism a really fucking bad name. Remember when I talked about ideological incoherence? How Americans are taught like nothing, so we can believe anything means anything. Like, I feel like there's one thing worse than that, and it's being taught the worst things imaginable and then saying that it's socialism. You know what I mean? I feel like that's the only worst thing. The only thing worse than American ideological hegemony is all the people out there who are taught authoritarianism and neoliberal trade reforms, and they're like, oh, this is socialism. Fuck you. Get out of here. Jesus.
Economy, so it is exactly the same as a free market system in the capitalist country. Like, seriously?
Oh, it's not like a free market system in a capitalist country. You guys have corrupt, inefficient state bureaucracies. You have a worse version. You're not quite there yet. You haven't quite caught up to neoliberal capitalism, you know? Remember, if you're a materialist like Marx, you have to accept that capitalism is just one step on the road towards socialism. As if we aren't also corrupt and inefficient, TBH. Listen, okay, America's corrupt and America's inefficient, but if you think that we even fucking come close to a Soviet-era, the People's Republic Party of Socialism state-run enterprise, it is unimaginable. You've no idea, okay? The worst comedies of modern neoliberal incompetence pale in comparison sometimes to the shit these things do. Oh my god. That's considered a hot take, by the way. Yeah, I bet it is. Well, we've got the strongest economy on earth. Let's go.
Vietnam is like, what the fuck?
Are you in favor of free markets? Let me put it another way, okay? Vocab. I'm in favor of things that are better than free markets. Luna Oi is in favor of things that are worse than free markets. That's the critical difference, okay? I feel like I'm over here at the Chad top of the ladder, okay, at my anarcho-syndicalist throne, okay, and down there beneath me on the great staircase leading up to my position, okay, on one step you have the filthy capitalist, okay, you know, Porky, the pig-headed, you know, top hat wearing, okay, and then, you know, I see them and, you know, they're like, whatever, 100 steps down below, but Luna Oi somehow is like 3 steps below them. Do you believe socialism will work under free market economies or command economies? What? You can't have a socialist command economy. Don't buy into the hype. Commanded by who? Unless the answer is the working class, then it's not socialist.
We call it socialist-oriented market economy. How the fuck can you translate it into free market system? All right, and remember all the chart before that I showed you about how many percent of Vietnamese were very optimistic about our country in the future, about the future of our next generation, and how Vietnam is like Vietnam and China are standing out compared to the whole world about our optimism to the future and also our GDP. Now, even if Vietnam is truly free market system, at least we are doing something different. Why are we doing something better? You say, why 95% of our people support the current system of Vietnam? We must be doing something right, you know? And why can't the USA, even though they claim to be...
Dude, we're switching it up. We're trying neoliberalism. Guys, I've got a crazy idea. What if we joined the hegemonic global economic order? What if we did everything everyone else is doing? What if
the most wealthy nation on earth? Okay, now they are second richest country on earth. Okay. Oh my gosh, they've been bragging about how great capitalism is and how it brings people out of poverty. In fact, they just throw people into poverty and become homelessness, but whatever. What can you do as good as Vietnam? Why can't you have the same number of Vietnam? Like, why 95% of your people, why you don't have a 95% of people support your system?
She's literally bragging about the larger number of people supporting free market economics in Vietnam. She's so lost in the sauce. She's so gone. She's literally like, our country's better. Our people support free market economics more. This literally like this. So this is why in the past I've said that Luna Oi is literally just like a brain dead product of state propaganda, and I'm totally okay with saying that. I legitimately don't think she's capable of independent thought. This is literally like, she is as dogmatically obsessed with the party line as like any like autocrat from like any of the fucking Soviet Union Chernobyl officers, or like any fucking SS officers. Literally just like no thoughts outside the relentless repeat of dogmatism. It's insane, you know? I've debated a lot of conservatives, and very few of them have reached this level of like ideological brainwashing.
Okay, this is after all the chart.
Like she was going into this hoping it'd be 95% dislike the free market system, and she was going to brag about that. Keep that in mind. If she came into this and nobody in chat corrected her, she would be screaming right now about how Vietnam is the greatest number of people who dislike the free market system. But because she was corrected, now she has to find a way where this is a positive. She can't accept a criticism of the Vietnamese government because she can't do that. She can't accept that. So like all reality must bend and contort to fit like the position that she has, you know?
About Vietnam, you know, and I pointed one by one to you how like our country is doing really freaking okay
because of neoliberal reforms. Yeah,
these good like numbers about Vietnam, even though this research was conducted by a neoliberal organization, but because all of the information that you had over here up here, they don't match your already existed narrative. They don't serve.
Why would a neoliberal have a problem with Vietnam's recent economic growth? This is a neoliberal argument. It's like when tankies brag about China's economic growth. Do you know why China grew economically? Do you know what policies they implemented? The IMF couldn't have crafted a better doctrine. Seriously, it's incredible to me. They're like, ha! Marx's vision has finally come true through private capital investment, you know, for opening ourselves up to foreign markets and, you know, increased commodity production. We have achieved socialism.
Your agenda, aka the neoliberal agenda about Vietnam, that is.
Wait! Can I call Luna racist? You know how every time you disagree with a tanky, yeah, they call you racist because they're like, did you know there are 10 trillion Marxist-Leninists in the developing world? Well, now 97% or whatever of Vietnamese people support the free market. So when Luna talks against the free market, doesn't that mean that I can say that she's a racist and she's not representing her people or whatever?
Why they come up with this bullshit chart as a conclusion for everything, where they just say that it's like a free market system. First, they don't even define what is free market system.
Oh my god, and she actually doesn't understand. She doesn't understand the concept of a poll. She doesn't. How long does this go on? Not much longer.
Second, it's totally bullshit because our system is not free market system. It's a socialist-oriented market economy, and I've been talking about this a lot.
Well, they seem to disagree. Apparently, Vietnamese people disagree strongly. Apparently, if you ask the average Vietnamese person to describe the fucking reforms, they would go with free market system.
Many of my videos and many of my live stream before. Now, let me give you a very quick very, very quick understanding of what is socialist market economy. And by the way, again, to close this up, this is totally bullshit chart. And if you look closer at their
Wait, is it bullshit or does she agree? Like, what the? This is literally doublethink, by the way. Like, she actually simultaneously is holding incompatible values right now.
methodology is laughable. First, they only research about 1,000 people in each country. Second, they don't release the questionnaires. Okay, so we don't know what they ask. We don't know what.
The question they asked is at the top of the chart.
Kind of language those questionnaires are, because like lots of Vietnamese people are not really good at English. And if you even ask them questions about the economics in Vietnam, of course they don't know. Okay, and so we don't know exactly what.
Does she think they asked this in English? Wait, does she think they went to Vietnam, China, Nigeria, Turkey, Malaysia, Philippines, India, Thailand, South Africa, Venezuela, and so on, and brought? This is incredible. This is beyond propaganda. I think she's just very stupid. I think she's incredibly fucking stupid. Oh my god.
What would they ask our people? And they only ask about 1,000. And this is their conclusion, even though it is clearly that our system is socialist-oriented market economy. But according to those people, it is exactly the same as a free market system.
Oh my god.
Dude, it's not. Okay? Oh, man. Okay, now. I hope that from now on,
she won't explain how it's different, of course. All right, stop. We're like nested one video deep. Let's just a few more minutes, then we're done.
And a lot of other rich capitalists in the early 19th
This is why we were tearing into her, by the way. I forgot how stupid she is. I should have been much meaner to her. We should be much meaner now that we've sufficiently poisoned the well.
century had similar plans which also failed. So, utopianism did a good job at criticizing capitalism by exposing the miserable situations of poor workers and offering a vision of a better society. But utopianism was not scientifically, materialistically grounded. So, utopianists were not ideologically prepared to replace capitalism. Utopianists did not understand how capitalism developed and the role of the working class in revolution. And this is why, according to Marx and Engels, they failed. So, Marx and Engels developed an ideology to overcome all these different shortcomings. Marxism predicts that capitalism, which is so terribly flawed, is not the end goal and could never be the end goal of human society. Marx and Engels argue that communism is the true end goal that we should strive towards. Communist societies is a society that is stateless, classless, and everybody is equal and there is no exploitation. No class is more important or powerful than any other class, and no race is superior to any other race. So, Marxism is the science of moving true end goal that we should strive towards. Communist societies...
Okay, first of all, the idea of an end goal... No.
is a society that is stateless, classless, and everybody is equal and there is no exploitation. No class is more important or powerful than any other class, and no race is...
There's no class... Wait, if there's no class, then there is no class is any more powerful than any other class. This is... What are you talking about? What, you can't... This is literally, you know, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. What are you talking about? What, a classless society where none of the classes have more powerful than the other ones. What are you talking about?
is superior to any other race. So,
also, same with communism has nothing to do with race. It's an economic and civil. Vosh, come on, this kind of nitpicking semantics? No! I'd say it's pretty important because the biggest lie dipshits like this give wind to is the idea that you can achieve a proletarian state while having a vanguard party manage the state. Vosh, you're being nitpicky as fuck? No, I'm really not. I think that we demonstrated perfectly well that this chick shouldn't be talking about, like, anything even remotely related. This is nitpicky as fuck. She's ESL. You're literally racist. All right, we're banning the racists. Her blatant incorrectness can't be her own fault. It's because of her fucking national origin. Nah, I, as a Chad anti-racist, understand that retardation crosses all national, racial, gender, and sexual boundaries. All right? And as a retard warrior, all right, I meet my comrades in battle, all right, regardless of their origins, okay? As a retard Ronin, all right?
Marxism is the science of moving society away from capitalism and towards communism. This science was developed using dialectical materialism. So now that you understand the historical background and the philosophy...
Socialism is a science of moving capitalism to... No, first of all, Marx didn't fundamentally distinguish between socialism and communism the way that people afterwards have. Second of all, the method by which you move one to the other isn't the definition of socialism. Socialism, and it's not a science. It's...
First, that influenced Marx and Engels. Let's start to really try to understand dialectical materialism. We already explained that dialectical materialism is making arguments based on material evidence. But how does it actually work? How do you apply dialectical materialism to problems? This is something we study in Vietnam from childhood. It's a key part of our curriculum in school, just like history and math and language. Once you learn dialectical materialism, you will start seeing the world in a different way. In fact, I will admit it, sometimes it's frustrating when I try to have discussions with people from USA and Europe who don't study dialectical materialism, because it feels like we are looking at the world in a completely different ways. I really think dialectical materialism can help us understand the world and each other. So, let's learn how to think dialectically. To understand how dialectical materialism works, you have to understand what is matter, what is consciousness, and what is the relationship between the two. First, what is matter? Well, the philosophical definition of matter is different from the definition of matter used in hard sciences like physics and chemistry. According to Lenin, matter is a philosophical category denoting objective reality, which is given to man in his sensations and which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations, while existing independently of them. Under this philosophical viewpoint, the most common attribute of all forms of matter is objective existence. It means...
Chat, I'm not a philosopher. Isn't she literally just talking about empiricism right now? Or physicalism? The idea of you know, the distinction between, you know, experience and reality. Because materialism and physicalism are not the same thing. Neither is empiricism.
Matter always exists no matter what, whether humans recognize it or not. If I measure a rock and it weighs 1 kilogram, it will still weigh 1 kilogram when you measure it. We can't argue about that. It's just a fact. It doesn't change based on my opinion or your opinion. Matter...
What about your opinion on what a kilogram is? For most of the Middle Ages, I'm pretty sure France and England had different pounds. Or kilograms or whatever. Okay, I don't...
It's objective. Matter can affect humans' feelings. If I pick up that 1 kilogram rock and throw it in your head, you will probably feel some emotions about that. So, materialists argue that human ideas are...
Oh my god, this is such pedantry, Voshlo. Alright, hold on. Chat, I understand that I don't have highfalutin, high IQ philosophy streams now often, okay? And I understand that most of you are fucking troglodytes who are barely more intelligent than the fucking barnacles that cling to your body as you float listlessly from library computer to drool on while you watch my streams, okay? But holy shit, it is not pedantic to point out that she's using wrong definitions, okay? No, it is not pedantic to say that saying a society is classless and also that no class is more powerful than the other it's completely nonsense. That's not meaningless, okay? That's not... She literally... Doesn't she literally have a degree in this? Doesn't she claim that? Didn't she start this like I went to school for this or whatever? It's not pedantic. She doesn't have a fundamental understanding of any of this. All the terminology that she's used thus far has been either adjacently correct or buzzwords. All right, we're banning the racists. Everyone who disagrees with me here is doing the racism of low expectations, okay? Don't you guys don't understand the painful path of a retard Ronin, okay? She learned it in school because it's mandatory in Vietnam. Yeah, well, you know what I didn't learn in school? Fucking Marxism-Leninism, okay? So she shouldn't be making mistakes.
Just a reflection of the outside material world inside our minds. An important concept in dialectical materialism is that matter is constantly changing. Matter is defined by motion. All matter that has ever been observed is in a state of motion and changes over time. Even a rock that seems to be motionless is actually moving and changing. The molecules inside a rock are moving, and the rock is on Earth, which is spinning and moving through space. Millions of years ago, the rock was molten lava, and in a billion years, the rock wouldn't look like it does now. It will continue to change, even if right now that change is so slow that it's imperceptible. Okay, so now we understand matter. So let's find out, what is consciousness? Consciousness or ideas is the way we...
President Sunday says the point being they have properties apart from human experience. Yeah. This is quite frequently challenged as something that is verifiable. Berkeley denies matter outright. Kant makes it beyond our cognition. Yeah. I just don't know what this has to do with Marxism. I don't think you have to touch on the idea of empirical qualia, or if you have to be like an epistemic anti-realist or like a metaphysical anti-realist or something. I don't know what this has to do with socialism, but yeah.
See the word and understand the word. Consciousness is the version of the word inside your mind. The word that you think you know is just a reflection of the real world that we are living in. Imagine this. Your eyes and your sensations work as a projector. It records the matter world that...
I think the point is that it's mostly an elevator for material history. Yeah, the problem here is that this is how they do the whole scientific socialism bullshit, okay? The issue here, the mistake that she's going to make is that, well, she's already made it to an extent, is that she's going to conflate materialism with empiricism. Then, because empiricism is heavily correlated with scientific advancement, she's going to say that materialist philosophies are tied to an understanding of the world adjacent to the scientific methods process for arriving at understandings of the world. So by connecting empiricism and materialism, she is mistakenly claiming that a philosophical construct like Marxism is as empirically derived from natural evidence as, say, for example, the speed of light is from observation. So the problem here is that I feel like all of this, the reason she's going on this whole unnecessary tangent is because it sets up some bad philosophy. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what she's going to say.
And sends the images, the information into your brain, and based on those images and information, your brain builds consciousness about the world. The reflection of the world varies in each person's mind. For example, for people who were born blind or deaf, their consciousness about the world is very different from people who don't have the same conditions. Blind people can't see, so their world has no color. Deaf people can't hear, so their world doesn't have sound. So it means even though we share one same material world, each of us have a different consciousness about the world. So what creates consciousness? Marx and Engels argued for the social origin of consciousness. Marx believed that consciousness emerged from social activities, specifically language and labor. Basically, Marx believed that we develop the world doesn't have sound. So it means even though who don't have the same conditions. Blind people can't see, so their world has no color. Deaf people can't hear, so their world doesn't have sound. So it means even though we share one same material world, each of us have a different consciousness about the world. So what creates consciousness? Marx and Engels argued for the social origin of consciousness. Marx believed that consciousness emerged from social activities, specifically language and labor. Basically, Marx believed that we develop consciousness from interacting with each other and from interacting with our...
No, hold on. The development of consciousness, like class consciousness, relates to your experiences regarding yourself and the world around you. That's not the same as internal sentience, which is what she was referring to beforehand. The consciousness that she was referring to beforehand was the purported distinction between empirical reality and experiential consciousness. But that's not the same thing as consciousness in the relation between yourself and the world around you. Those are different things. Like when a person says you are class conscious, they don't mean you experience internal qualia distinct from the material world around you.
Environment. Language evolved for humans.
She hasn't said class consciousness yet, but like we're talking about two different. Yeah, this is like okay. Again, I'm not a philosopher, but the conflation of terms here would like make people. I think like a philosopher would kill themselves listening to this. This is not Like, these terms are being abused so fucking much right now.
Humans switch in thoughts, and our thoughts are rooted in language. So, language was an important development for human consciousness. Labor was also an important development for human consciousness. Marx defines labor as the process by which humans impact the material world and change it. When we make products, or build buildings, or do anything to improve our lives by interacting with the material world, we are performing labor. Labor changes the human body and also changes the material world around us. For example, thousands of years ago, a group of humans in Africa found an edible kind of grass. They wanted to have more, so they
They're
planted
black
the
because
seeds
it's
from
Africa?
that grass. That was how rice made. And now, rice is the most essential food in the world. Over many years, humans trained our physical activity to become rice growers, and the physical conditions of growing rice changed our mind and the ways we think about the world. Labor helps humans build muscle. It makes us stronger. Labor helps us change a piece of white land into a farm to grow food. And from that labor, humans have knowledge about how to grow food, like rice, and share that knowledge widely with other people. That is how consciousness is built. So, consciousness comes from interaction with other human beings and with our environment. Now we understand matter and we understand consciousness. So, what's the relationship between the two? Well, matter and consciousness have a dialectical relationship. What the hell is dialectical relationship? Well, now we are finally getting ready to learn about how to see the world through the lens of dialectical materialism. Dialectical relationships are relationships where things mutually impact each other. According to dialectical materialism, all motion and all change is the result of dialectical relationships. Everything is constantly being affected by and affecting things at the same time. If one car crashes into another car, that's a dialectical relationship. If I drop a brick on the ground from the top of a building, the brick will leave an impression on the ground, and the brick will also be broken by the ground. Mutual impact, dialectical relationship. So it is very important for you to understand that matter and consciousness have a dialectical relationship. Matter defines consciousness, and consciousness can impact matter through human activity. Let me explain how matter defines consciousness. As you know, the real world has been existing for billions of years, and humans just came to exist on this world about 200,000 years ago. So it's obvious that matter appeared first, and human consciousness appeared much later. I said earlier in this video that consciousness is the reflection of the real world inside human mind. So it means when matter changes, consciousness also changes accordingly. For example, you're driving on a highway. Suddenly you see a big rock in the middle of the road. What do? Well, if you don't want to have an accident, you have to turn the steering wheel to avoid that rock, right? So in this example, the rock, the matter, appears and it changes your consciousness, your thoughts when you were driving. But does that mean consciousness cannot change matter at all? Well, for one thing, your thoughts are what tell your hands to turn the steering wheel to change the direction of the car. So obviously, thoughts can affect the material world. In many Hollywood superhero movies such as X-Men or Superman, some people can move things just by using their thoughts. But unluckily, I don't have magic or superpowers, so I cannot move this bottle from my right hand to my left hand just by my thought, no matter how long I look at it. Move. But if I order my left hand to grab the bottle from my right hand with my thoughts, voila, now I have what I wanted. Okay, so what does that mean? It means thoughts cannot directly change matter, but it can impact matter by human activities. Because matter defines our ideas, so the most important rule of dialectical materialism.
I actually feel like I know less about dialectical materialism after watching this. Yeah, maybe this video is like some kind of strange lich-like trap where she actually absorbs other people's knowledge of dialectical materialism when they watch the video. You know what I mean? Like and it's being like drained from your thoughts, and she's growing stronger.
Materialism is this. In order to succeed, all human ideas and activities should be based on material reality. Marx used the term material conditions to describe all the material things and processes around us. So when Marx talks about material conditions, he's just talking about the real world.
This is the screenshot that I saw on Twitter, guys. This is it. This is the reason why we're watching this video. It was because of this screenshot. This one right here. This is what I saw. Yes. As opposed to the fake world. You see, capitalists actually base all their economic predictions on the planet Krypton. Which is very silly, but that's what they do. But then Marx was like, bro, we live on Earth. And then they tried to hang him, so he had to flee to London. True story. Yeah, what the fuck? What are we talking about? This is some spirit science shit, man. Oh, man. There are so many philosophical mistakes being made here. First of all, the conflation between conscious experience and the neural signals that dictate our movement. Second of all, if the neural signals that dictate our movement have an effect on the material world, they must necessarily be a part of the material world. And if that's the case, then you could argue that ideological conditions are also the material world. Like, the philosophical conflation that she's made here invalidates the distinction between materialist and ideological conditions. It doesn't... All right.
That we are living in. For example, I want to own my own house, but I don't have enough money to buy a house. So based on my material conditions of not having any money, I can't buy a house. If I want to own a house,
Marx pointed out that if you have one apple and your friend Adam has another apple and you take Adam's apple, you have two apples. Now, only through materialist philosophy could you arrive at this conclusion by acknowledging that you live in the real world and that things happen when other things happen.
I will have to make a plan that is based on my current material conditions. A plan of making more money that is realistic, that makes sense for the environment I live in. Or I will have to give up my dream of owning a house and come up with a new dream that matches my current material conditions, like buying a house in The Sims. Another example based
Wait,
on
wouldn't that dream be an ideological... Never mind.
actions and strategies on our material conditions is Vietnam in 1945. At that time, our Communist Party wanted to have a communist revolution. But Ho Chi Minh knew that many Vietnamese people could not have a time and energy to learn what Marxism was to support this revolution because millions of us were starving to death. Seriously, when you don't even know whether you're gonna have food to eat tonight or not, will you want to spend time on learning about someone's ideology? Based on that fact, Ho Chi Minh decided that the very first plan for the revolution was to get people food. And we did it. They attacked the stores of the Japanese armies, stole rice, and distributed it to poor people. Millions of starving people at that time suddenly saw that communism gave them food, so they decided to follow communism without even knowing what it actually meant. That is just one small example about how our revolution succeeds. Remember this, all your decisions, plans, or strategies have to correspond with the material conditions, the reality. Such as now we can see that in many countries in the world, people are dying because of COVID-19 and racism and police brutality. So we as revolutionists, what do? How can we persuade more people to join our ideology, then fight with us for our revolution? It's obvious that we have to help them solve their problems first, so they can see, wow, these people really helped me. They really understood.
Materialist philosophy is not realizing people will like you if you do things for them that they need. I don't know how to stress this enough. I don't know. Her ideology is that things exist, and when you do things that are good for people, they like it. That's like, this is material dialectics is a broad statement on the condition of human society and the forces which lead to decision making. But it's also okay. Dialectical materialism isn't supposed to be prescriptive. It's not about lefties should do dialectical materialism. It's descriptive. It's that the world already is that way. Communists and fascists alike, according to Marx, both act in accordance with dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism only states that people's positions will arise, and forces will arise, conflicts, antagonisms, whatever, everything, from the relationship and antagonisms between people of different material interests. The antagonism, that's the dialectical element, that antagonism being resolved through conflict. But that isn't prescriptive. That's the case everywhere with all groups. Like, the way she phrased it was like, thanks to Ho Chi Minh's understanding of dialectical materialism, he was able to realize that people need food to eat. As opposed to what a capitalist might have done in that situation, which would have been, they would have thought that they didn't? What was, like... What? Dude, communists know that people need food to eat? Yeah, because they live in the non-material world. They wouldn't have known.
My material conditions, so I guess I will support the revolution now. That's how we get people to our side. Who we
I
care
agree,
about
Frog
what
Princess.
Marxism actually means when they are coughing to death or being shot and beaten to death by police and white supremacists. We, Marxists and Leninists, have to prove to them that we are on their side by our own actions, real effective actions.
Haven't a ton of communist groups arisen from state oppression? Like the funny thing is that right now what she's saying is kind of the opposite of the dialectical material analysis, because the analysis that most leftists have made is that worsening conditions, COVID-19 and global inequality actually incentivize people to look more into socialism because their intuitive antagonism towards the wealthy and those who have things that they do not lead them towards ideologies which share in that. That's the reason why fascists fake leftist sentiment, pretend to be economic populists, because it's the easiest way to get people on board when the general attitude is one of antagonism towards the wealthy. But she's saying the opposite right now, that people won't care about communism if they're so busy with COVID-19. This is actually an anti-materialist take. All right.
Let's do things step by step, from easy targets to more difficult targets like Vietnam did. First, we stole rice to feed people. Second, we stole weapons to arm people. Third, we shut down the factories to paralyze the production system of our enemies. And then the real revolution started. That's a simplification, of course, but it shows the pattern of building a plan and proceeding based on material conditions. Alright, we all now have basic ideas about dialectical materialism.
No.
That's another important question. How to apply dialectical materialism in daily life? The way we apply dialectical materialism in real life is called...
Oh yeah, quick quiz. We're 27 minutes in. If any of you learned anything at all, like if you imagine like a totally normal person watching this video, can you imagine, like, what does this mean? Oh, it's definitely counter to the general materialist analysis of the conditions we live in now. But yeah, no, I agree. The conflation of empiricism with materialism in this video is really, really weird.
Materialist dialectics. Materialist dialectics, in a very simple definition, means having arguments and judgments based on facts.
Stop! 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 She's framing dialectic materialism as like a debate strategy. It's not a fucking debate strategy. It's not. Dialectical materialism is not a thing that you learn to do. It's a lens of analyzing the world. Fucking read Marx, okay? Holy shit. Read Marx. Oh my god. Please.
To use this materialist dialectics in real life, there are two principles.
The only using dialectical materialism that you do in real life is understanding the world from that perspective. The only using this that you can do is analyzing the world as it is. That's it. That's it. It's not a prescriptive you do material dialectics thing. Non-material dialectics aren't doing non-material dialecticing. Why do you think Selassie I? Holy shit, she's not gonna fuck you. Oh my god, it's always the same people. What do you want? What do you want from me? Stop. Oh, you just joined today to defend your fucking... Alright. It's not happening. It's not happening, okay? The only person that that's getting fucking today is you by me. Shut up. Permanent. I didn't even type that out right, but it still went through. Hopefully that worked. Fuck you. Oh my god.
That we have to remember. The first principle is understanding things from a comprehensive viewpoint.
That would be great.
If we want to really understand a thing, we need to see the whole of it, examine the whole of it, and all the direct and indirect connections that it has with other objects, phenomena, or process. It means when we try to understand a thing, we have to comprehensively see it in all aspects. The more complicated the thing is, the more aspects you have to investigate. For example, you're looking at this bottle of drink. Can you tell if the water inside is sweet or salty by just looking at it without any labels or brand names? No, you can't. You have to investigate first. I will investigate now by having a taste of it. Then I will have the right answer.
Dialectical material... Again, she's conflating materialism with empiricism. Right now, she's literally saying dialectical materialism is when you examine the evidence. No, it's not! Those are two completely different things. In fact, if you want to get really crazy, you can actually be an anti-empiricist while still believing in dialectical materialism. They're actually so unrelated that you can have opposite positions on. Or you don't have to. You can be one but not the other. It's very, very possible. Yeah, it's indefensible. Any of you who think that I'm nitpicking right now, this is indefensible. Okay.
I hope that my investigation doesn't conclude that this is poison. Well, here goes.
Die, perish. Save us.
Well, it's actually sweet and a little bit sunny, and so far as at least, it doesn't seem to be poisonous. So you see, we can't have the right answer about the taste of the water inside this bottle until we actually drink it, or until...
Yeah, the thing that pisses me off, these are the people who say I don't read theory, by the way. Literally, I've said this before. These are the people who say that I don't read theory, okay? Whenever I give a correct take about anything, and people are like, these are the people who say so. These are the people who get the fucking views.
Someone you trust who actually tasted it tells you the answer, like what I just did.
Hi, I'm American Johnson, Luna's comrade, here to share with you a story about...
Comrade. God! Okay, what's up? Non-compete.
I just did.
Hi, I'm American Johnson, Luna's comrade, here to share with you a story about investigation and why it matters for you and for me. So when I was a kid, my dad liked to drink beer a lot, and we would go on road trips, and he would pour beer into, like, a soda can. And then I would be a little kid in the back seat, and I would be thirsty, and I would grab the Coke can, and I'd say, oh boy, I'm gonna drink this Coca-Cola now, and I'd start drinking it, and then realize that it was beer, and my child's tongue rejected it in disgust, and I spit it out, and I said, Dad, why did you put beer in this Coke can? And he said, so the police don't see me drinking a beer while I'm driving. Don't do this, by the way. This is very illegal and irresponsible, but that's what my dad did back in the 90s, and it was an important lesson to me that we should always investigate things. I should have at least done.
This is what Marx discovered, as opposed to the capitalist. You see, the capitalist would look at a big plastic jug on the ground, says motor oil, and they would say, oh, I bet there's water in here, and then they would drink the motor oil. But tragically, the capitalist doesn't believe in empirical experience. So the capitalist, when tasting motor oil, continues to drink, thinking, wow, this is some odd water. This is some strange water. You know, the capitalist, while smashing their cock and balls into a paste with a hammer, they think, this hurts tremendously. However, I understand that what I'm doing right now, which is, getting some water from the fridge and having a drink, is going well. Because I don't recognize the validity of empirical evidence, and I don't believe in investigation. Oh, I just knocked my own earbuds out. By the way, you guys think I'm joking, but this is legitimately the position that they're assigning to other people in this video. I didn't realize this video got this psychotic. How the fuck do you guys tell me that I need to read theory?
Done a sniff test of the Coca-Cola before drinking. So the moral of this story, besides don't drink and drive, which you should never do, is don't just trust appearances. Investigate fully and deeply from every angle. And don't judge a book dialectically by its cover alone. And by book, I mean beverage. And by cover, I mean can. Because you never know when your dad is drinking and driving and he poured a beer into a Coke can.
Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there were 5 blind fortune tellers. They were all friends, and one day, they heard that a circus is coming to their town, and they bring an elephant. All 5 fortune tellers are very excited because all of them never met an elephant before. So when the circus came, they gave the guy who takes care of the elephant some money, and he will allow them...
Imagine hearing that there's an elephant and being blind. Like, how do you know it's not just some dude making noises and they just, like, used a blow dryer to heat up, like, some fucking... Some, like, I don't know, what's like a really leathery, like some hippo flesh or something. They're just, like, letting you rub against, you know? What are we doing?
Them to touch the elephant. The first fortune teller touches the nose, the second one touches the ivory, the third one touches the leg, the fourth one touches the ear, and the last one touches the tail. After touching really carefully, they all came up with their conclusion. The first fortune teller said, I thought the elephant was very special, but it's just like a big leech. The second one said, I don't think it's like a leech at all. I think it's like a big hard wooden stick. The third one said, No, it feels like a big hand fan. The fourth one, You're all wrong. I touched it, and it feels exactly like a wooden column. The last fortune teller said, All four of you are wrong. I felt one side which is very furry. It's exactly like a broom. All five fortune tellers don't agree with each other because each of them have their own evidence that they believe. Then they argue and beat each other up. The end of the story. So what's the lesson from this story? The lesson is, before making any conclusion or judgment, we have to check and see all the aspects of a thing or a problem. Lack of knowledge will bring divine thoughts and wrong conclusions. And to me, there's also another lesson. There are always people who don't know what they are talking about, but always act like they know the best. Don't be.
This is a good proverb if you can actually understand what she's saying. Yeah, guys, there's nothing wrong with the proverb here. It just has, and I gotta be totally clear about this, literally nothing to do with dialectical materialism. Zero things. Nothing. There's no relationship whatsoever between those two things, okay? It's completely irrelevant. It might as well have been a tangent on ideal fucking League of Legends build orders for Ash or whatever. Like, that would be equally relevant in every way. If we had just seen, like, a 3-minute fucking a segment from a Breaking Bad episode, that would have been as relevant and probably more entertaining. Because it's a good show.
One of them, okay? Seeing things comprehensively is very important, but it is not enough. We also have to see and investigate their whole developing process in different points of time. This is called historical viewpoint, and it is the second principle of materialist dialectics. As I mentioned earlier, everything always changes and develops. That's why when we learn about anything, we have to...
Would that story work as an analogy for postmodernism? Funnily enough, yes! That story actually would work as an analogy for postmodernism, which is funny because a postmodernist would kill themselves if they experienced but a fraction of this video, okay? This video is like the glaring beam of a high-powered UV light to an albino person, okay? This video is like a gallon bag full of lime juice to a person who's just skinned their entire leg falling down like concrete stairs, okay? So we'll never be able to test this, except wait, I consider myself a postmodernist. You're exaggerating? No, I'm not exaggerating. I feel like I have to re-examine my priors every time I watch something like this because, you know, my convictions are strong, but anti-natalism gets increasingly difficult to argue against every time I suffer through something like this. Jesus, fuck.
Also learn and understand their processes of development. For example, I am looking at this beautiful flower, but is it always a flower like this? Nope. It was a seed, then it became a sapling, then a full plant, then a flower as now. It will die and decay in the future. Understanding the whole development of this flower makes me respect its beauty more, makes me value it more. In my next video, we will talk more about this changing process, which Marx defines using qualities and quantities. But I think that's too complicated to cover in this introductory video. If you're really interested and can't wait for
Okay.
Part 2, I will link to a video in the description which EJ already did on this subject. Now let me tell you a true story. It's about my comrade American Johnson, the guy whose dad drinks beer on road trips. 10 years ago, he was a right-wing libertarian and a filthy capitalist. Sorry, Jay. Now he's an anarcho-communist, a true comrade. So, is he good or bad? You can't have the right answer because in this point of time, he's a good comrade, but in his past, he was a dirty, dirty capitalist. So instead of essentializing him into one simple conclusion, we have to see EJ as a whole developing process. Essentializing him or anybody is meaningless, and you can't learn anything from other people if you do that. By looking at the changing of his life, we can learn from good decisions that he made, such as why and how he became a leftist. And we also can learn from his mistakes and bad decisions, such as why he fell into libertarian ideology and why he was a capitalist for 10 years. These two principles are very important in real life. If we look at them as a chart, the comprehensive viewpoint will be the Y line, and the historical viewpoint will be the X line. The X line shows the timeline of the development. The Y line shows the different aspects. If you connect every aspect with every point of time, you can draw a diagram of the development of a thing. So instead of seeing a thing as just a dot like this, now you see the whole of its diagram. Isn't that cool? Materialist dialectics help you have a deeper look, a deeper
Before Marx, nobody knew how time worked.
understanding at everything, especially human.
He really
and time
was
after
a
time,
good guy.
You will become your mindset that makes you always want to investigate before giving any conclusion or judgment. And I believe it would help you avoid a lot of mistakes in real life and also help you avoid many shitty takes on Twitter. Seriously, every day I see so many hot takes from online people, especially content creators, who try to act like they know the best. And when people try to reason with them, they dismiss all the arguments and think everybody is stupid. I do believe that you need to be really ignorant to think you know better than everyone else.
Was that racist? Wait, how the fuck was that racist? How can I get in trouble for it? What the fuck? I've been putting my head in a shut up. What? Shut up.
So, in summary, the materialist dialectics is a method of reflecting the real world in humans' minds. The most basic law of this method is to understand things in their relationship with other things in their own.
I'm white facing a POC. I'm whitewashing.
Movement and development. And we also have to check and view all aspects of a thing before making any conclusion or judgment about that thing. This method of thinking is very, very important for all of us, especially leftists. It helps us avoid meaningless arguments such as, was Stalin good or bad? Was Mao good or bad? Was Marx racist or not racist? To me, it's just a waste of time if we fall into this kind of argument. A person could be good in this aspect, but be bad in other aspects. A person could be wrong in this part of his life, but also right in other parts of his life. Marx was racist against Mexicans and black people. DJ made a really good video about this topic in his channel. I was also in that video talking about Marx and Ho Chi Minh. If you want to learn more about it, the link is in the description. To me, the fact that Marx was racist doesn't affect the value of Marxism at all. Marxism is not a racist ideology. In fact, Marxism helps free oppressed people of all races and build a better society for everyone. Another example that I want to mention is Stalin. He had many wrong decisions in his life, but we also have to appreciate what he did to help the USSR, such as fighting the Nazi in the 30s and the 40s. The USSR was in
that's up there with the you know who killed Hitler argument. Yeah, Stalin was a mixed bag. Hey, I remember when Stalin tried to ally with the Nazis, and then Hitler rejected the alliance because Stalin was too land-grabby, and then Stalin just ended up doing the non-aggression pact, and then later that only changed when Hitler invaded Stalin. If Hitler had kept his eyes on the Western Front, I'm pretty sure Stalin would have stayed in line for a while.
Instrumental to the victory of the world against fascism. You can't deny the role of Stalin in that victory. Now, I know that many people had called me Stalin apologist for saying that. Well, let me tell you this, I am not. And after this lesson about dialectical materialism, I hope that you will change your mind about that. I don't agree with people who said Stalin was bad and we shouldn't care.
After this lesson, so people before accused her of being a Stalin apologist. She's asking if this video is just it. Now I just think you're a Hitler apologist. I don't know. You haven't made that argument, but this whole video is like a magic eye puzzle. You know what I mean? If you squint, you can see pretty much anything in it, and that's what I'm reading right now. So, yeah. So good luck with that.
I'll learn about him. Because he actually made the USSR strong militarily and helped the world defeat fascism. I also don't agree with people who believe Stalin did nothing wrong, because it's so obvious that he did many things wrong, including treating Ho Chi Minh badly. He thought Ho Chi Minh was a spy from a capitalist country and didn't believe Vietnam could win against France. And Stalin refused to support Vietnam, which obviously pisses me off. But that doesn't mean I want to—
the only fucking thing she has on Stalin is that Stalin didn't do enough for the country she's been brainwashed by. Oh my god.
Waste all my time arguing about whether Stalin was essentially good or essentially bad. What a waste of time. Speaking of Ho Chi Minh, the great leader of Vietnam, he also made mistakes. In my opinion, his most serious mistake was the land reforms in the 50s. My family members were victims, so I do know about that very well. In the early 1950s, the north of Vietnam wanted to build a communist society while we were fighting against France. Ho Chi Minh wanted to redistribute the farmland so everyone would have their own farm. their own means of production. My family was super rich back then. We were landlords for maybe 100 years, and we owned shitload of land. The communists in my grandparents' village implemented that order in a horrible way. They took everything from my grandparents, even the shirt on my grandma's body. They tortured my grandpa for days in the big yard of the village. All the peasants who worked for my grandparents took the chance to get revenge too. It was a very traumatizing memory for both of my grandparents. So in 1956, Ho Chi Minh realized what he did wrong and immediately fixed it. In our National Assembly in the same year, he cried and apologized to the whole nation. My family understood that his original order was not that brutal. Ho Chi Minh just wanted to take the land of rich people and give it to poor people so everybody could have equal divisions of land.
He did a YouTuber apology. Ho Chi Minh loading up the video, all lowercase, I'm sorry. No apostrophe between the I and the M. I didn't want to have to make this video. I didn't want to have to make this public ad. Fuck, man. Yeah. No, this public address is demonetized, guys. Fuck. Okay.
But he didn't predict that the local communists and local peasants would take everything and even torture those rich people.
Maybe he should have factored in the material conditions. Unironically, though.
Ho Chi Minh found out what was happening. He immediately asked for the release of all people under arrest or being tortured and gave the house and a piece of land back to my family. Now, many of my family members are communists and even work for the local government. That said, the mistake Ho Chi Minh made doesn't affect the value Ho Chi Minh taught, and it doesn't dismiss all the sacrifice he made for Vietnam. Vietnamese people still love him and respect him as a human, but Ho Chi Minh is not a symbol of perfection. No one is. Some people say that because Marx was sexist, Marxism must be sexist. Well, in our very first democratic election in 1945, Ho Chi Minh, a Marxist, immediately pushed the idea that women should be allowed to vote. There was no question, no argument against that at all. And since then, Vietnamese women always have had rights to vote. Well, it is true that—
Oh, by the way, guys, I want to clarify. I actually think that Ho Chi Minh is one of the best revolutionary leaders of the 20th century. I'm not joking when I say that. Everything that I've read about the guy, I genuinely do think that being a revolutionary leader is a dirty fucking job. And you know, I think that, yeah, given the thing. Yeah, I think the real problem, the modern Vietnamese government has produced little fucking stepchild bastard children like Luna Oi here, who have bastardized his legacy. Oh yeah, dude, this is totally Ho Chi Minh's market reforms, bro. Dude, bro, this is Ho Chi Minh's authoritarian government with market reforms and a stock market and foreign capital investment. You know, being led around by a fucking carrot.
And it doesn't mean all Marxists are sexist. Ho Chi Minh did exactly what dialectical materialism taught him to do. Learn the good and avoid the bad. Dialectical materialism helps us.
As opposed to pre-dialectical materialist philosophers who heartily embraced the bad and avoided the good, you know. It was really a big step up for the world when they figured that one out, you know, when they mathed that one out. Hey guys, why do we... Man, it goes back to that time that I just pulverized my cock and balls with a ball peen hammer, you know? If only I'd been a dialectic materialist, I could have realized that I should stop doing the bad thing and should start doing a good thing instead.
Avoid useless arguments and focus on finding the best solutions for the problems we are coping with. We learn from good ideas and also learn from mistakes that we and other people make. Dialectical materialism helps us build a better version of ourselves. I admit, it's hard to learn it.
Build a better version of ourselves. She's literally selling dialectic materialism as a self-help philosophy. Again, guys, saying that you can use dialectic materialism to build yourself or to do this in your life or whatever is literally like saying, I'm trying to think of a good example of this. It'd be like use structural functionalism to do, like to understand. It's like use Keynesian economics to do better for yourself. Like What the fuck do you mean? What? 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 Yeah. What? Yeah, like critical race theory. Yeah, like critical race theory. Like, yeah, you employ critical race theory to, no, it's a way of understanding the world. The way you understand the world can help inform some of your decisions, but the point of dialectical materialism is that it's a descriptive study of the way people already behave. That you could, whether you're looking at people 1,000 years ago or today, right wing or left wing, whatever, that dialectical materialism would be equally applicable because it's not about what people should do. It's just a description of the way people are. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry. I know this was like way fucking too long, but like I had to go over this. I'm sorry. It triggers the fuck out. People are like, Bosh, you don't understand theory, you don't understand theory, whatever. But like the problem is like being told you don't understand theory from a tanky is like being told you don't understand how business works from a libertarian. It's like it's fucking, it's absolutely laughable. You know what I mean? But they're the people who are most convinced that they have a good understanding of how this stuff works. They think they have the most infallible, fucking incredible, and they're so dogmatic about it. You know, people in chat earlier were like, Luna Oi is streaming right now. And as delightful as that would be, they're not going to talk with me. Nobody, they'll never talk with me. None of them. These people, they never, ever will talk to me, okay? Doesn't even have to be a debate. I just want to, if I could ask anything, where's the chat? End the segment.
A lot. And I gotta say that generally speaking, we Vietnamese, we are very much well organized. For example, just take a look at the story of my living area. I worked in Da Nang. In September and October, we had like severe strict lockdown that we cannot go out of our gate at all for a month. So because we cannot go out like that, means that like we need.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Right. Okay. And this is how it works. First, local government will like call donation from like bakeries. Yeah.
I gotta
noodles,
pee.
like
Let me know if she
bakeries,
says
something like
anything.
that. And encourage them to donate to the people in their local area, and lots of bakeries like that donated food. So that was why I received like free bread every 2 or 3 days, and then free noodles, and then free vegetables. Because like we appeal farmers, cooperatives, farming near area to donate or buy like vegetable in very cheap price, and then redistribute it to the people in the quarantine area in the city for free. So we got like free eggs, free hams, free vegetables, free bread, all kind of stuff like that. At the same time, my neighbors living on the same street with me, we joined together a JLO group. JLO is just like a chat app that Vietnamese will use a lot. A JLO group, we joined together about 15, 20 people. And you know what? We just was like, everybody just like volunteer, like, hey, I know this like restaurant, and they agree to make food for us with like the minimum amount of like 10 orders. So is that everybody want to join? Okay, we order together through that JLO group here. And here, JLO group here. And then we just co-order like that. And then when they got delivery to one of the houses, everybody just like, hey, everybody, food came, go here and take it. And then we pay money. And it is totally
no answer. Oh, people in chat are acknowledging me. I don't know if she can see it or not. She might just be ignoring it.
Other people, even our neighbor at that time. So the lady just put like a big basket of, let's say, bread. Big basket of bread in front of their house.
I can see there are people in her chat though that are pretending to be on her side, saying, "Yeah, show Vosh a thing or two." As if any anti-fan of mine would ever encourage their preferred content creator to talk with me. All right, we've dawdled long enough. Finally, now at the end of all At the end of time. We will now play some goddamn Metroid. I'll read the rest of the donos in a bit. Oh, God. Oh, God, it took a while. We made it. We made it happen. Increíble. That's what a Mexican would say. That's not racist. If I said incrediblio and said that's what an Italian would say, nobody would call me racist for that. Nobody would call me racist for that. Nobody would. No, nobody would. Chat, hey, holy shit. Mr. Garlic in her YouTube chat. Shut the fuck up. Nobody thinks it's funny to spam. Jesus Christ. All right.
Together, we just like work together to help people, to donate food. Here, let's read this together.
Okay, she's vibing. All right. No, Vosh, that was a little sus. You could have just said Hispanic. Wait, why? Mexican is a nationality. Italian's a nationality. Why? Wouldn't Hispanic be weirder? Hispanic is like a whole big ethnic group. Critique of political economy, 30-page great into this material. Maybe. Is it cucked lib shit, President Sunday? Be honest with me. Oh, have a good time, President Sunday. No, it's Marx? Oh my god. I knew that. I was testing you. Loser. Can't believe you didn't know that was a test. Alright. Let's find out whether or not the motion controls have been effectively mapped for Prime 3. Let's find out. Because this game... Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. 2 100%. God, that's good. We're not going to be going for 100% scans this time. Now, I don't remember much at all from the third one. The only thing I remember is that there's a sky temple or something like that. And also there are a lot more allied NPCs in this game. There are a lot more like you see allied marines and like mercenaries and shit like that, I think. No, Matthew, I don't think she's that type. They deleted your message? Okay, so she just wants to ignore me. Or her mods are acting on that behalf. Whatever. Doesn't this game have a hyper mode difficulty? I have no idea. I don't know what that means. I just hit veteran. Guys, remember, the Metroid Prime is still up. Oh, what's happening? Oh my god, that looks like Phazon. Oh, so this game should look better because it came out on the Nintendo Wii, not the GameCube. And let's see if it looks any better. Kind of hard to tell so far. Oh, wow. Oh my god. That's really what we're opening on. Wow. Wow, that is, what are we... I don't think this looks any different from the GameCube games. That was really bad. Why would you ever open with that? I'm telling you, this was the difference between the Metroid 1, Metroid 2 Samus models is representative of them cucking out and making her like some beach blonde yoga mom instead of the Chad. Well, which fucking... is this? No, this is my stats. She can be a bimbo and a tough tomboy. I don't know what's wrong with synthesis. This is not synthesis, okay? Biohazard scan. No, this isn't the goddamn radio. I love how all the other games opened with you just landing on a planet with like no dialogue or bullshit. That was good. Oh. Why are we doing this? Why are we opening with this? Like, who wants to play a Metroid game for this? Oh, I already have a really negative opinion.
Transmission verified. Greetings, Samus.
Is this dialectical materialism? They wanted you to get accustomed to the motion control. They can get accustomed to the fucking veins on my dick, okay? I don't fucking care. All the other Metroid Prime games opened with really cool, just cold opens. Why the fuck did this one have to have... Hit the button. Yeah, this doesn't look any better than the GameCube ones. Did you see those other... Wait, why are we in the fucking engine? Holy shit. To be fair, most games from this era had really slow introductions like this. Yeah, and it sucked. People in YouTube chat were taking you not recognize the title of the paper by marks, indicating you don't know the subtitle capital. Yeah, just to be clear, by the way, the reason I say I've read all theory is actually because I know everything, and theory is just included within that. I don't bother myself with the specific details, like what a socialism is, or who Mark was, or anything like that, okay? I don't believe any of that bullshit, okay? You don't understand, okay? You listen, all right? I'm like Goku and you're like Vegeta, all right? You spend your whole life training and I'm just naturally smarter than you, all right? You can spend fucking 83 years in the gravity matrix chamber, okay, practicing your Shiganwa, and then you climb up to the mountaintop to fight me. But I mastered it effortlessly with no problems, okay? You don't even know.
Welcome to the flagship Olympus. Admiral Dane is waiting for you in the briefing room. I will upload the location to you now.
Am I playing fucking Halo? I don't care. I'm a bounty hunter. I don't want to talk to you. Why is it so blurry?
Warning. Hostile weapons fire detected.
Hey!
Stand down.
Is this invulnerable? No, it's not.
Deploying level 2.
Oh. Your turrets suck.
Deploying level 3.
Why wouldn't you start with level 3? Whoa! Alright, never mind. Your turrets are okay. I don't know why you wouldn't just start with level 3 if I'm shooting your fucking Federation dudes. Yeah. Oh, don't you do this to me. Okay, thank God. Oh, thank God. Farewell, President. Where the fuck is that light coming from? Great way to start a game, really. I love my literal genre that started 3D Metroidvania title game that always opens with a cold, isolated setting where you're left to fend for yourself, opening with a fucking radio communication ship docking cutscene where you're welcomed by some random-ass fucking troopers.
Admiral Dane is waiting for you in the briefing room. I will upload the location to you now.
Thank you. Guys, remember when we played the second game and the game opened by finding these dudes' corpses? Wasn't that cool? I thought that was cool. It's like, oh yeah, here, you're on the planet. Why is it so blurry? Look at that. Oh my god. Why? Why do you have D-pads on your leotard?
Looks like he's getting ready for a full-scale invasion.
Welcome aboard.
No joke. Last time this many fighters were scrambled was during the Horus Rebellion.
That was some nasty business.
I have a feeling this will be worse.
That's it. We're just gonna shoot in the ship. Depth settings. Hold on. Let me see. Nothing like this is gonna get fixed. Nothing like this is gonna get fixed through the dolphin menu. I have to do this in game. Hold on. I can't hit the pause. It won't. How do I get paused? Options. Okay, there's just one menu now, I see. Sensitivity, swap visor, and hyper. Display. Okay, we got some settings. That's nice. I have a flickering cursor. That's good. Let's create a hint system, HUD lag. I'll keep the hint system on. I don't care. I don't care. Visor opacity, helmet opacity, brightness. I don't think I can change anything here. We'll see. The doors look uglier. Oh, God. Scan visor looks uglier. Dude, holy shit. Look at how bad the color distinction looks. Holy shit. Oh my god, we have to do a thing. That's not the button. Oh, we're in for it now. Chat! Shut up!
Aren't you Samus Aran? It's an honor.
Aaron?
A pleasure to meet you, Samus.
What is with your fucking suits? I'm stumped. Might have to end the game here, boys. Hey, Guy. Wait, legitimately, what? Scan? I'm scanning! I'm scanning! I'll scan this one. Wow, what great security. Fucking hate Nintendo. We have this really good, critically acclaimed 3D Metroid game. What if we opened this game up with 30 minutes of stupid bullshit that nobody cares about? I'm not scanning anything. I hate looking at the scan visor.
Of course.
I'm so close to just quitting right now. I'm so close. Oh, we have motion controls. And we've got motion controls. It's so immersive. Security scan. I'm getting a headache. Mods, you have my permission to ban everyone in chat who tells me to stop playing the game.
Please approach the scan terminal.
I love this stupid bullshit.
Scan complete. No hazardous material detected. Samus, you are cleared for the command bridge.
Oh my god. Way through. Just get me on the planet. I'll do anything. Please. Just, yep, I can jump. Thank you.
Aren't you Samus Aran?
Nope.
It's an honor to meet you.
Shut up. We're speed running. Me beating a fan IRL, immediately pulling out the Glock. Alright, we'll go. Where go? Here? We go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go fast. Da 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 da. Gotta go fast. Da 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 da. Oh, we put boxes blocking the door. Oh, that's not. Alright, okay. The first thing that I see so far that I like. The change to the health pickups is a positive one. Those look better. Oh, okay, we're doing a pose. Make it through that, okay. It's a game based on exploration. You're really gonna fucking do me like this?
You're good to go.
Thanks! Thank you for affirming that to me with a cutscene that I had to click for instead of just saying it as I walked by. And then giving me a door that I have to shoot to open, too. Thank you. You're keeping this place very secure. I could detonate my fucking Chozo suit and nuke this entire fucking ship. I'm gonna close the door because Pigeon is screaming. Don't tell me what happened while I was gone.
Andreda, enough. Looks like everyone's here now. Before I begin the briefing, let me introduce 242, the flagship's Aurora unit.
Ah, an organic supercomputer.
An organic supercomputer. Yeah, Halo cutscenes. Meh.
Comprised of such units.
That is correct, Core. And we serve as the network's master control. However, currently the network is down.
Cool.
That seems inefficient.
Not necessary. You see, 7 days ago, we discovered that all Aurora units were infected with an unknown virus. We were forced to bring the network down. Fortunately, our scientists were quickly able to devise a vaccine.
Unit 242 was the first.
Who the fuck cares?
We were able to completely purge the virus.
Where did this virus come
Who cares? Nobody cares. I don't care.
Of space pirate origin. 4 months ago,
It's not that bad, come on. It's agonizing. This series did things right, and then they had to ruin it because they, in this fucking game generation, decided to destroy. They had a perfect, beautiful fucking pearl, and they decided to cram it into an oyster and close it, or is it clams? Pearls come from oysters or clams? I don't actually know.
Logic in disrupting a Federation
Who cares? Nobody cares about any of this.
Then it's a shame you weren't.
Yeah, it's just
The pirates boarded the Valhalla and gained access to the ship's Aurora unit, 313. This is how they were able to hack into the network and plant the virus.
Thanks to our security protocols, we were able to shut down the network before the damage from the virus became irreversible.
Is this 3 or Other M? This is Other M. We're playing Other M right now.
But we're still vulnerable. If the pirates decide
This is literally more spoken dialogue than both of the previous games combined. Well, there was no spoken dialogue in either of the previous fucking games. Cutscene. This is more cutscene than the other 2 games combined. We're right at the fucking beginning. They were like, hey, you know what people really liked? They liked Halo. They like narrative, linear games. And the thing that sucks is the rest of this game is going to be really well designed. The same team made this game, you know. They're going to make a beautiful world with interesting shit to look at. And then, because some fucking brainlet over at Nintendo was like, you need to make this more like these other games, we're going to have to deal with this shit. It's like somebody fucking carved the statue of David, and then somebody else started throwing lumps of Play-Doh at it. Good. I hope you all die. Can you skip the cutscenes? What do you fucking think? Gawa-chan.
Stop those pirates from disabling the defense system. Go.
Thank you for just freezing. Oh, I love that. Did you see how they just froze in front of the door there? That was fantastic. I love that. Hey, the Wii hardware was in full screen, right? So that would have actually been there in the original game, them just freezing right there. That's beautiful. I love that. That's phenomenal. God, that's good. That was in the original game. It wasn't? Wait, wasn't it? Hold on. Dude, this is full screen. This is full screen. Or did it just get stretched? Oh, Wii HD. Fuck. My bad. I'm stupid. What? Looks pretty full screen, man. I don't know. I don't care. Prime Hack zooms out. You wouldn't see that on the Wii. Okay, it's good. Oh, and by the way, doesn't it kind of disrupt the whole vibe of the game to just randomly have like 3 other wacky mercenaries? I'm a mercenary. I don't take orders from you. Oh no, your shitty, stupid soldiers are dead. I don't fucking care because I'm a literal fucking mercenary. Oh no. Oh, damn. If only you guys could do shit against space pirates like I have. Do you have any idea how many billions of them I killed? I destroyed a planet in the last game. The whole of dark fucking... What was it? Tarsonis? Galaga? Tatooine? I don't care. I killed it. I killed all of them. I could kill you. You're in a fucking cloth uniform. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is it. Hostile weapon. Dr. Fauci! 1 weapon, 2 weapon! Dr. Fauci! Space pirates! Are these space pirates? God, they look sad. Dr. Fauci! Space pirates! You're a merc, not just some random. You take orders from whoever pays you. Does Samus even need money? What the fuck do I need money from? Yeah, the blurry bloom is really bad. I have no idea why it's like that. 1 Metroid, 2 Metroid. Shitty dead. Dead and shitty. Ooh. Ooh. Do I even care about scanning? I don't. I don't care about scanning in this game. I'll 100%. You're a merc. You do make the money to live, presumably. Yeah, but, like, I've destroyed entire planets. Shouldn't I be able to just do what I want? Like, if you're a mercenary... I don't care. Goodbye. Thank you. If you're a mercenary, And you're so strong that you can single-handedly take down entire, like, space fleets and divisions and, like, ancient alien queens and all that bullshit. Like, do you really need to just do random jobs? Couldn't I just find, like, a space pirate space station and, like, kill all of them and just take their money? What are you doing? Stop. Oh no! They took away the power, which turned off 1/3 of the lights. What the fuck? From downtown. We're fucking playing we're playing football! This is ludicrous! Give me my football. Stop. Why throw it if you can just maglev that shit? Give me the football. Couldn't they just shoot it? Maybe it would, like, blow up like a nuke. Okay, it only just then gave me the prompt. Little fucking pooplings. Little shitters. Oh my god. They're shitting. These head crab. Actually, I'm getting more of a flood vibe from this. Halo comparisons are what I'm rooting for. Little shitters. Little pooplings. Oh, the music is super dope. Music's always good in these games. Same composer, right? Like, even if the opening is shit. Oh, is it just, like, infinite? Well, pooplings can't get at me when I'm in the poopling tube. Does it ever explain where Samus's suit came from? Yeah, she was adopted by some, like, ancient alien race called the Chozo. And they were like, hey, listen up. Everyone but you is a fucking bozo. Have this suit. And it works with humans, I guess. Apparently, this Federation vessel is also Chozo suit compliant, so that's nice. Love those goop physics. I don't know why it's gooping so hard. Like, look at that. It's like, is there something in the water that's, like, gooping it? How'd Samus lose her upgrades? Well, right now, the only upgrade we have that I'm aware of is the, double jump. Why are you so mad at this particular game, Vosh Lamau? Well, if you were listening to the words that I say, rather than just hearing the tone like a dog would, you would be able to understand, because the words that I'm using have conveyed the information you're looking for. That's so mean. I feel like I'm the appropriate amount of mean all the time. It's that dialectical materialism. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh, hey, wow, that's something that I didn't realize. That's cool. I love how things that get entered into your logbook and things that don't both bring up the UI on the sides of the screen, so you have no way of knowing whether it's a fucking logbook element until after you finish the scan. As opposed to the other games where they only brought up the adjacent elements when it was a logbook entry, so you knew immediately upon scanning something if it wasn't going to be relevant for the logbook. It was just fucking flavor text. Ooh. Why would they downgrade? Jesus Christ. They let fucking Jerry from Rick and Morty onto the goddamn design team or some shit. They had a great thing going on. It was like a diversity hire for like the one retard in the company or something. Like before that, he was working. He did fucking Skyward Sword or whatever. No, that was afterwards. Fuck, what did he do beforehand? He did all the bad parts of Sunshine. And they bounced him around because they needed to do good work for Galaxy. So they were like, okay, somebody else has to take him. So they fucking took him for Prime 3. Yeah. They had to put the money somewhere else. Those cutscenes don't pay for themselves. True. We had to cut down on the quality. These cutscenes are expensive. Why are you hating on Skyward Sword? I've never actually played it. It just always looked really uninspired in the playthroughs and speedruns that see other people do. It really looked like... I don't know, it could just totally be biased. It just didn't look PogChamp to me. Wait, I needed a missile to blow those up? Those stack of bombs? That was a stack of missiles, right? It's like, hey, this nigh indestructible stack of missiles can only be destroyed with another missile. Skyward Sword is fine, but the beginning is boring. Any game that is majority about explanation that has a really boring opening, the people who made it should be hanged from the neck until dead, okay? That is the reason why Skyrim's opening is legendarily bad and Breath of the Wild's opening is legendarily good. Skyrim, a free-roaming open exploration game, starts with a 40-minute boring-ass cutscene, and Breath of the Wild, a good game, starts with 30 seconds of you waking up in the cum vat, and then you're out there on the Great Plateau. Congratulations. Wait, I already came here. What am I doing? What does this do? Use terminal to open doors. Oh, of course it needs to be two-step. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your fucking innovations, game. Yes, that's what I hated about the old game. That I could scan a thing and it would do the thing. Now, what we really needed is a second step that added nothing except for seconds taken away from my finite lifespan. The fuck? What defensive system is this? What are you doing? Who built this? Is this pirate tech? No wonder you guys keep dying to me. Jesus Christ. In order to defeat, our... Wait, how do we do this? Fucking... Answer our riddles 3, you know? If you want to make it out of our space station alive, you'll have to answer correctly these riddles 5. There's like a fucking human pillar or like space pirate pillar of people doing a little dance. Yeah, Last Wish 16. Motion controls were a stupid idea, and the people who invented them burn to now in hell. It's incredibly stupid, okay? It's stupid for so many reasons. I'm going to list all of them right now. First of all, motion controls don't make the game more immersive. They just don't. They do not. They don't. We had a good thing going when you could press a button or click a key on a keyboard and instantly get a thing to happen. Having to do a giant fucking arm swing does not make any experience more immersive. And without responsive feedback, fucking Wiimote motion controls will never work. Yes, VR can work fine. We're not talking about VR. We're just talking about motion controls right now. What do we want? Missiles? What do you want from me? Oh, yeah, that's right. We need to do more free aiming now because this would have had the Wii motion control aiming, not just the regular lock-on based aiming. That's good. I'm glad I can do more free aiming now. There we go. Anyway, the main issue that I have with motion controls is not only do you need more peripherals to set it up, and not only does it take more time and more bother and more space and more room, and you can't just chill or lay back, you have to fucking fuck around with it or whatever. The main issue that I have with it, honestly, is the fact that it fucks up backwards compatibility, you know? If all your game has is button presses, you can play any game from the NES, SNES, N64, GameCube, whatever era, but Nintendo has to keep fucking it up because now all Wii games, all DS games, 3DS games, Wii U games, Switch games, all of them, they all have to have some kind of additional consideration made for porting. You can't just, like, direct map the buttons, which fucking sucks. Galaxy had perfect motion controls. Galaxy would have been better without them. But Galaxies were relatively non-intrusive. The less, the better. Yes, Galaxy was an extremely good game. Because they didn't overuse the fucking motion controls. You just used it to do your little spin, right? Your little spin and to gather up the star bits? Oh, I forgot. We're playing Mario Tennis. That's how that works. Stop. Yeah, and in the Switch version, you just use the Y button. Based. There are a few mini-games that use the motion controls. Yeah, well, I don't remember those. Is it faster, just direct fire? It might be. Oh. That was a bit more direct. There we go. We exposed your cronker. Your cronkle donkle. See, this is fun. Okay, so this could be an improvement that we get to enjoy. If the rest of the game has enemy weak points that you can't lock onto, you have to actually manually aim, that'd be nice. I'm playing this with mouse and keyboard controls, but it's mostly been irrelevant because the way the GameCube game aimed kind of meant that you would just lock on to the thing and you'd never have to really aim. So if I actually have to aim now, that'd be cool. So is this an FPS now? This makes it much closer to being an FPS, yes. Actually having to aim does make it way closer. Close but not fully. I don't think it's principally an FPS still, but that might change. I might change my mind on that. This game is dark. The Metroid games have always been pretty dark. But yeah, we're still in the fucking opening bit. That's not how gravity works. How does one fall off a spaceship? Aren't we in orbit over a planet? Is there not a planet below us that would fall? Wait. Or did it literally just fall down and not towards a planet? Oh my god, do you not know how orbits work? Well, if there's artificial gravity inside of the ship that we're in, and then you fall off the ship, I imagine the gravity from the planet... Is there a planet below us? I didn't look. Oh. Oh. Where is the planet? Oh, over there. Dude, how funny would that have been if they fell off and then yoink, yoink over that way? That'd be funny. If you're in orbit, you don't fall towards the planet in the conventional sense, Lamau. Yeah. Well, wait. Wouldn't it depend on the relationship between the artificial gravity and you? I think it might depend on how artificial gravity works, right? It's possible that you could be flung out if there's a kind of centrifugal force, or... I'm actually not sure how that would work. Well, artificial gravity is science fiction anyway, so... Yeah, this is unidirectional gravity. It is? Yeah, it is. So the problem with making artificial gravity in spaceships, which we kind of need because it would be super cool, right? Like we kind of need that. The problem with making artificial gravity is that it's really, really okay. Yep. It's really, really difficult to produce a force comparable to the force of gravity, which affects all objects equally in a single direction. You know what I mean? Because, like, the way gravity works, every single atom of your body is pulled down. Like all of you is pulled down. It's not like you're being yoinked by your feet, you know? If you didn't have to worry about it being applied unilaterally, then you could just, like, artificial gravity could just be, like, your feet get, like, clawed down, or you're wearing, like, maglev boots or some shit like that, you know? Yeah, the tilt-a-whirl method is the only non-sci-fi artificial gravity I've ever heard to exist. Because centrifugal force is capable of applying force in that way. But it would mean that you would have to build your entire ship design around it, and it would be weird, and it would... It's like a huge design consideration. I don't care! Oh, JBZ, any kind of artificial gravity that isn't like a centrifugal force, kind of like, you know, tilt-a-whirl thing, is science fiction. I have no idea how it would work whatsoever. It basically sounds like magic, you know. You'd basically be having to do like magnetism to an entire body, but like it can't be magnetism because you're not metal. Grapple lasso, I want it. Exactly, Enderby. Alright, well, we'll get you when we get you, I guess. God help me. Magnetism is too strong is the problem? Well, no, the problem is that we're not made of metal, so it doesn't work. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there. You can wear metal suits. Yeah, but that would just be like you in a metal suit. That wouldn't really be like artificial gravity, right? You know what I thought would be cool? What if we never find a fix to the artificial gravity thing? And what ships do, because they have plentiful energy, is they just hover above planets to get like 0.9 times their gravity from above. So the ship doesn't orbit the planet, it just hovers above it. Yeah, I didn't think that would work either. So geosynchronous? Well, literally just like hovering above it, you know? Why not just have a large rotating structure? Well, I said if they didn't want to do that. That'd use so much power. Yep, that'd use a fuck ton. What are we doing? A strong pull. Give me the grapple. This is what geocentric satellites do. No, geocentric satellites still orbit. They just orbit at a they just orbit at an altitude that matches the rotation of the Earth. Right? I'm talking about literally like hovering above. Actually, a large rotating structure. No, I'm not talking about a large okay, listen, this is how orbits work, okay? Listen, guys, I've played Kerbal Space Program, so I am an expert, okay? Here's how they work, okay? Shut up. Here's Earth, all right? Welcome to Earth. That's my Will Smith impression. Here's how rockets go. And they're in orbit. How does orbit work, you ask? Isn't it just like they spin? No, idiot, okay? An orbit is when you're going this way super fast, but gravity pulls you this way. So by the time you've been pulled down to the planet's surface, you're actually over here, because you were also moving here. So now you're over here, and now you're moving this way, and etc., etc. Welcome to Earth, okay? That's how you play Kerbal Space Program, okay? So once you're in orbit, You don't need to expend any energy to maintain that orbit because you're zipping and zooming, all right? But what I'm talking about is this, okay? And staying there while the Earth rotates underneath you. At around this distance to Earth, you'd still get about 0.8 times the Earth's gravity, I think. So if you were up there, you would be like... 80% of your weight or whatever. You'd just be like hovering above it. You could do that, but it consumes so much fuel. I'm aware! That's what I said! That isn't how anything works. Ninja Taco! I will literally delete your account right now. What do you mean this isn't how it works? This is how it works, right? You could do this. This is doable, okay? How the rockets do this right now? Rockets will go here, and then they go here, and then they go here, and then they go... You could do this. This is doable right here. It's doable. But that doesn't make any sense. No! 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 You know what? No! If you have infinite energy supply... No! No, 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 no! No, no, no. It's just hovering like a helicopter? No! Listen. I will show you. With all my skill. I haven't played this game in so long. It's a stupid idea. It's a brilliant idea. Yeah, exactly. It's like how the aliens invaded in Independence Day. Remember when I said, "Welcome to Earth"? That was a reference to when the big spaceships did it. I don't care. Start game. Start train. Where's creative? Start new. Sandbox default. Start. All right, listen up, you fucking buffoons. I'm gonna show you how everything in the universe works. I've never played Sandbox. Holy fuck, there are so many things. Okay. We're pod. Give me the regular... Oh god, it's so much. MK3. Give me... MK1. Oh, thank god. Okay, listen up. Listen up. We're making it back. We're gonna make it back, okay? We're gonna make it back today. You guys hear that? You guys understand? We're making it back. We're not dying out there. We're not gonna fucking die out there. Alright? We're gonna live, goddammit. Don't forget the heat shield. Alright, listen up. This shit is so stupid. You guys are literally stupid. You're so fucking stupid. Oh my god, I'm laughing right now. I'm laughing at how stupid you are. Where's the right heat shield? Is this it? Heat shield. Okay. Shut up. Okay, hold on. Coupling. Like what you guys don't have. Fucking got him. Okay. What are you mad over? I'm so confused. Yeah, you would be. Listen, this is... We're gonna learn. Don't we need, like, a fuck... Aren't we gonna need, like, a fuck ton of stabilizers to make this work? Nah, we're doing it live. We don't need to worry too much. We're only here for a minute, okay? We're only here. Holy shit, there's so much shit here. Holy fuck. Give me the terrier. Yes, please. We're doing it live. Okay, now one more of the coupling. TD12. Yeah, yeah. Let's go, boy. Let's go. All right, fuel tank. Let's load them up. Load them up. Is this still Metroid? This is Metroid. This is Metroid. Just use a preset. They won't learn if it's just a preset, okay? Here's what we're gonna do. I have no idea what any of this does. That's okay. Engine. We're gonna use the goddamn Reliant. Alright? You know why? Because you all are reliant on my knowledge to make it through life. Aerodynamics. Very nice. Very good. And then finally, the piece de la resistance. You guys even know what that means. It's French, by the way. Alright. And then we add the solid rocket fuel boosters. Let's go. Alright. You guys are about to learn. Wait! Aerodynamics. Idiots. There we go. Make sure our staging is correct. Gonna want that. Those are too small. Nah, it's perfect. It's perfect, don't worry. Alright. Literally flawless. Okay? Now this is how this works. Gonna use cheats? Why the fuck would I need to use cheats? Perfect. It looks kind of like the dick rocket. It's like the dick. Alright, RCS, SAS. I don't know what the buttons are. Shift. Throttle up. Boosters to speed. Let's go! You'll notice that it flies perfectly straight because I'm a phenomenal engineer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Did you check your staging? What am I, a goddamn amateur? Check my staging. Yeah, that's a lot of meters per second. That's definitely too fast. Goodbye. What are we proving right now? I'm showing you how math works. Thank you. Alright, we want to wait for the atmosphere to drop. Cut the thing. Alright, no spinning. No spinning. No goddamn spinning. You're gonna turn without any goddamn spinning. Okay, I think we're good. We're gonna be okay? No? Oh, oh. Oh my god, our Apo up's so high. Okay, advance. Time warp. You guys aren't even gonna fucking believe the majesty of the universe. I don't think you have enough delta V to reach geostationary orbit. Yeah, that's because you're a loser. Like, you and everyone in your family. You never believed. We've got plenty of delta V, motherfucker. Now you're thinking, the rocket's about to run out of engine juice. What is he gonna do? He's gonna use his second backup engine. Moron. Weren't ready for that one. Why are you being so mean to them? I don't remember what they did to deserve it, but they did. Don't worry about it. Why are you pointing pro-grade? I'm showing you how orbits work. Okay? And we absolutely have enough to not only enter, but remove ourselves from orbit. Oh my god. I should have been an engineer. Alright, come on. My bad, I thought you were hovering. No, hovering will be the next trick that I do. Come on, 100k, 100k. Ah! Magnifique. Ooh, wee wee. Ooh, wee 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 wee. Ooh, wee wee. Let's expand that orbit a bit, huh? There we go. Oh, wah. That orbit's not geostationary. I never said I was doing geostationary. I was showing you what an orbit looks like. It's an orbit. This is step 1. There are 2 steps. Shut up. Anyway. Now, as you can see, I am a genius. Magnifique. Ooh. But we must save our man. I'm not a monster. Oui. Ooh. Oui. All right. Now we will. Now we'll fire the other direction. You guys don't even know what's happening right now. All right. Now watch. He's gonna die. No, he's not! We're burning the additional fuel to give ourselves a bit more of a fighting chance. Slowing down. All right. Let's go. All right, you're with God now, Jebediah. We got the heat shield. How are you even turning like this right now? The game cheats in your favor and gives you really strong rotary controls when it's just your cabin. He's going at like Mach 8. Not for long, he's not. We're gonna land on land, too. Oh, fuck, we might land in the water. We might land in the water. That's probably better. No, Latrim, I have no idea. Can you email me again? You can see him down there. Look at how much fun he's having. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. How do I get out? How do I get out? Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's the out? Okay. He's gonna die. No, he's not. Oh, the heat shield's getting hotter. 1,700 meters per second. 1,600. We're gonna be good. Yeah, we're safe. Sorry, losers. Losers, haters. We're actually gonna have a safe landing. Deploy radial shoots. It's actually gonna take so fucking long. Jupiter Jaden, nobody has ever been talking about geostationary orbit. You're literally brain dead. Nobody's talking about it. Everyone in chat's like, you didn't prove this thing you never said you were gonna be. Well, I never fucking said that I was gonna do it. Land. Land, Jebediah. Land. Land. Another one. Safety first. The floating above the planet thing is geostationary? No! We weren't talking about geostationary. Geostationary is an orbit, not just floating above the planet, like hovering. We weren't talking about geostationary. Nobody was. You wouldn't have artificial gravity if you were in geostationary orbit. Because you would be in orbit! The whole reason we're doing this is to demonstrate my point. Vosh is talking about reverse orbit at the same gravity. No! I'm not! What is your point? If you listen, this is, chat, hypers, if you understand what I'm saying, it's not an orbit. Here, I'll show you. That was the whole point. I'll show you. Thrusters to full. Let's do this again, Jebediah. Except this time, it will have a tragic end. Will it? I don't know. Hard to tell. Let's not accelerate too fast right now. Woo! Spicy. Be sure to tilt west to counteract horizontal orbital speed. No! We're not gonna tilt anywhere! The point is that we don't tilt! That's the point! Get ready. Ah! Jesus. I have no idea what point you're trying to make. Jupiter Jade, maybe you'd understand what point I was trying to make if you spent more time listening and less time typing. Wait. 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 Now! At long last! Finally! Right here! This is it! This is all I was saying! Right now, we are hovering. We are not in orbit. The only movement relative to us in the surface of the planet is because of the planet's rotation. The only thing we're doing right now is hovering, which means that everyone on board this craft would be experiencing gravity. We're not in orbit right now. You understand? This is not 0G. It's not artificial gravity. It says orbit on the screen. Well, that's because the game can't comprehend my genius. Your speed is increasing. Well, it's difficult to keep the exact necessary speed. Am I dumb or did you not do that the first time? No. The first time we went in orbit. As in we orbited around the planet. This time we are just above the planet. You see? So we have to burn fuel to maintain our position. But it says you're in orbit. It says we're in orbit because the game says you're in orbit if you're at a particular height. We're not in orbit. You could say we're at a suborbital velocity, but basically anyone is if they're in space. Look, do you see the fucking altitude right up here? It's barely moving. A couple meters per second. We're hovering. Can you repeat the point that I just got here? If you were on this ship right now, you would experience gravity. It would not be 0G. The interior of the ship would not be 0G. It would be about 0.8 G. I'm guessing. Maybe. There is still gravity in space. Okay. Yeah, what you call 0G is just free fall. It's free fall and the ground keeps pulling out from under you. Yes, Kerbal's planet continues to move. That's the reason why we've moved in a trajectory here. It's because the planet is rotating underneath us. Also, we didn't maintain a perfectly horizontal ascent. But that's fine. Now, we're going to land. Oh, I don't want to land in the water. There we go. That's what I like to see. All right. Now descend. All right, the goal here is to not even have to use our heat shield. When is the best time to use the engine? Probably at 40,000? We'll say 40,000. Albert Einstein said it's impossible to distinguish acceleration force and gravitational mass. I don't know if that's true, but I guess I could buy it. Okay, there we go. We want to keep our descent speed from getting too low. We're going to see if we can land here without using the heat shield, which is going to require some finagling, but I think we have enough delta V for it here. What we need to do is get around to deploying our radial parachutes. We're losing altitude pretty fast here. I don't know. We're losing... Well, hold on. We can do this out of order. We're gonna be okay. This is high school physics. Kerbal Space Program, super fun. And the rest of it. We're gonna hit the ground kind of hard though, because the additional weight of the fuel. Yeah, that's like an extra 1,000 pounds or something. Probably more. Yeah, the descent speed is about doubled. Okay, our engine's probably going to explode when it hits the ground. Lose the weight? Nah, it's okay. It's like a cushion. Don't worry. It's like a cushion. Wait! I forgot. We still have fuel. Hold on. Hold on. Switch to... There we go. 200 meters to the ground. Let's do a quick burn. You'll fall over. Alright, Jeb. Jeb, you need one more 11th hour, 59th minute adjustment, okay? Where's the shadow? There's the shadow. Final burn. 8 meters. 7 meters. 5. Yes! Didn't even fall over. Let's go, my little dude. Heh. Yeah. Goofy little fuck. Alright, today we proved absolutely nothing. There we go. He's so dumb. All right, nicely done. Woo. All right, there we go. So anyway, as we were doing, playing Metroid. Remember that? Ninja Taco, thank you for the very kind 15 bucks. Thank you for the funniest unlock I've seen in a while. Here's 15 bucks. You earned it, hilarious. I love you too. Thank you. I actually do quite like Kerbal Space Program. I think Katarana is interested in doing a Kerbal Space Program race for charity sometime, which sounds like a lot of fun. I have about 100 hours in the game. I'm hardly an expert, but I could get to the moon pretty quickly, I think. Are you still doing call-ins? We never really did any call-ins. We got too distracted. Also, probably not, no. With Z. Alright. Cast nunchuck forward. You don't say. You don't say. Sake, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. What does that mean? Nothing? Get out and vote? True. Okay. Cast nunchuck forward. No. 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 Oh, I thought I hit shift. Okay. Oh, cool. Well, I am glad they're making you manually aim. That's nice. That's cool. I get. What is this? What is this defensive? Whoa! Hey. What is this defensive system we've got here? Does Samus ever get a laser sword? Not to my knowledge. Jupiter Jaden, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Vosh, I literally never disagree with you except for the very thing I said at the start when you were still playing Metroid. Yeah, the issue is, my problem isn't people disagreeing, okay? Because when people disagree with me, I can quickly prove them wrong with my high IQ and good looks, okay? The problem is when people don't listen to me, alright? Like all the people who were kept saying I was talking about geosynchronous orbit, when I wasn't. I explicitly said at the beginning that I wasn't talking about geosynchronous orbit, because geosynchronous orbit is still an orbit. You're just higher up on the planet than you normally would be, for most orbits. Aren't most satellites in geosynchronous orbit? What is this? What are we doing? What do you want? What do you want? What? XEA61E, thank you for $5. What do you think it's weird that we're always accelerating 9.8 meters per second, yet not going anywhere? Yeah, like gravity is just an accelerating force, right? So let me in. Kind of weird to put the energy tank. 2 energy tanks right at the start, too. I just want to explore, man. Oh, well, whatever. This does, like, no damage. 1 per second? I have 300 health. Ah! Oh. When did you earn your first million? Well, more than 1 million has come through the channel at this point, so that's pretty cool. I think actually the total revenue for this year from all of the stuff related to my channel has been about 1 million, but of course, you know, that doesn't all go to me. First of all, 1/3 of that million goes to the PCRF. So that's just right off the dome right there. Oh, I didn't realize there was a thing there. And of course the editors. PCRF? Oh god, new frogs. The Palestine Children's Relief Fund, the charity fundraiser that I did back in what, June, April? I raised 1/3 of $1 million. And I'm still pretty proud of that one. 1/3 of $1 million in one goddamn stream. Haters will say it's fake. Haters don't talk about it. And the Planned Parenthood one. Oh, true, yeah. The Planned Parenthood one would have been, what, 140,000, I think? We got to do a charity stream that's just for me, and also my editors don't get the cut. Help the real starving artists, you know? That's what we need to do. Do we go in here? Wait, this is where the invisible wall is? I can't move any further down than here? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. These pedophile apologists, man. The invisible wall really starts here. Huh? Okay. Where am I going? You know, honest to God, this game has lost a lot of its luster after playing some Kerbal Space Program. Explosive I didn't even realize. Are you a sleeping bag autist or a weighted blanket autist? I am absolutely a weighted blanket autist. You just gotta get through the intro. Yeah, I do just kind of gotta get through the intro here, don't I? Oh. Yeah, I kind of just want to intro the end of the stream. Actually, oh, yeah, hold on. The fact that I'm wanderlusting right now means that there's something else I want to be doing. Unless you guys just want to watch me play. No, I can't even play Final Fantasy on stream because it's going to take an hour to fucking join the queues. I feel like I just want to chill. Can I get back through there? We'll go to the next save point. Literally everyone wants a Kerbal stream. Kerbal streams are fun sometimes, but they're very involved. A strong blast could destroy the obstructions. Okay, alright. I'll read the scans. Read donos? I should probably read the donos. The guy 493 with $5 Prime 3 railroads you so much. Yeah, I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. Whoa! Plus Vosh is no Scott Manley. Well, Scott Manley actually know what he's doing. Also, what the fuck are these hit radiuses? Maybe JSOS. The Kafka with the tier 4 sub, thank you very much. Down for a chat king, playful sparring would be lovely. I don't know what you think call-in streams are for, but playful sparring is definitely not one of them. Oh, great achievements. Much appreciated, though. Thank you. Appreciate the kindness. There are a few people who have emailed me interested in a debate, though. Who actually seem like they'd be decent content, so maybe we can do that. Oh, grapple, right? Grapple! I'm not playing Spore. What's the best way to promote Democrats for the House and Senate for 2022 elections? Blood sacrifices at this point. They seem pretty fucked. Can't scan? Oh, no, I can. You a multi-millionaire? Nah, I wish. Whoa! We'll get there, though, with your charitable support. Love you too, Addison. Have I ever docked anything in KSP? No, I've never gotten that far in. I feel like I'm playing Halo. There's no fucking pacing. It's just like, oh, you like big set pieces, don't you? Well, here's a 3D model that would have looked bad on the Xbox. Good. Really would have, wouldn't it? Oh, here's more cutscenes. Oh. Ah, this is what I care about. My highly... Ah, yes, wow, he just insta-kills the other ships. That's so cool. This totally meshes with the theme.
Pirates are more fragile than they appear. I just received word that the Federation is allowing all bounty hunters to use ship command devices.
Halo had good pacing. Oh, Halo had great pacing, yeah. But this is bad pacing for the type of game Metroid is. Metroid shouldn't be like a fucking cutscene heavy, you know, so on and so forth. Did you see the big DGG subreddit post with all the pedo clips to you? No, but guys, I've said this before, okay? The inevitable conclusion of all communities that despise me is going down that road. There's no getting around it. You can't, you know? All the shit they'll pretend to be upset about now, they were perfectly fine with when Destiny didn't hate my guts, okay? To them, it's not actually about the pursuit of any truth or anything like that. It is, it's just like an extension of who they like or who they dislike. How does this not work? That happened last time?
You should now be able to remotely command your ship and land it here. Don't forget to perform suit maintenance and data backup if you need. Generator A is just through those doors. While you head that way, I'll activate the generator on the west side.
Yeah, I played Blasphemous.
Between the two of us, this should be a breeze.
I'm bored with Destiny drama, TBH. As I've said, I am as well. It's not going to get any more interesting. Apparently he was on, he debated a person who does DIY trans HRT stuff and called them like a pedophile or whatever, in a very not conservative tendency of calling trans people pedophiles for trying to reach out to young trans people or whatever. Or Chloe, it was Chloe on Twitter, right? The Bob posting person or whatever. Then he got BTFO'd, he just deleted all of his tweets. Oh, did he really? Again? 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 Again, 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 again? Oh, yep. Deleted all of his tweets again. Massive pussy. Yeah, this is the last thing in his tweet timeline. Yeah. Again, like I said, he had a mental break a long time ago, guys. At this point, he's got, like, I was gonna say about the same stability online as, like, Haas or Hinkle, but I actually think he might have less. I think the critical difference there is that Haas and Hinkle will keep their bad tweets because it's clearly just engagement baiting, but Destiny actually seems to have these like manic, like bait attention, then quickly panic and delete it because he doesn't want to get banned kind of thing, so yeah. Ugh. Oh, this game's pacing on over to the dustbin right now. Jesus fuck. Alright, you goopsticks. You gooberinos. You goopsters. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do my editors a goddamn favor. We're gonna do an honest-to-God segment worthy of the main channel. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, we're going to, we're gonna do them a solid. Save it a slide. There we go. And never let it be... Ah, yes, sorry. I forgot this was behind the game. There we go. Let's see. Love you too, Internal Moonshine. All right, what are we doing? Easy roulette. What are we doing? Looking at a Ben Shapiro video? Don't think that I won't. Ethan Klein versus Joe Rogan. Perfect. Current, relevant, drama. Let's go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect. Absolutely. Yeah, 1984 chat. Guys, I just want to say, maybe you can sympathize with me, maybe you can't. Oh, I completely forgot to mention. Fuck me. Guys, listen up, okay? It's time for you guys to learn the God's honest truth. Are you ready for it? Okay? The God's honest truth is that I sell some good-ass t-shirts. Okay? I sell some good-ass t-shirts. All right? Did you know that? I knew that. And for a while, a long while, I haven't been plugging those shirts because fulfillment has sucked. And the reason fulfillment has sucked is because I have been doing the fulfillment, which it hampers me a little bit. And I'm very lazy. But now we actually have an honest-to-God worker cooperative that is managing this. Yeah, no kidding. That worker cooperative is White Forest. White Nervosa is one of its members. And because they're not irresponsible cretins like me, they will actually fulfill the merch, okay? To iterate the value of this shirt, here is Conyer wearing it. That's a strong argument, no? That's what I thought. All right? So we're going to add more shirts soon. Right now, if you want to support them and me, get a goddamn Politics is Dumb but Very Important t-shirt. High quality content right here. Okay? It doesn't have the little white little dip thingies that's so other people don't steal the design. You know how it is. Here is White herself wearing it. Oh my god, look at that fabric quality. That's crazy. What if I already have one? Buy it as a gift. Get more. Idiot. You fool. Yeah, no right clicking. These are a t-shirt NFTs. That's right. We actually will have more designs soon. I promise you that. We actually have a couple of designs that we've been sitting on for a while that I just have not pulled the trigger on, you know? Yeah, I'm looking right now. Look at this era from Instagram, okay? When we first dropped the shirts. Look at that. Look at all these happy customers because these are the people who actually got their shirts on time. Look at that. Look at how happy they are. Look at that. Oh my god. What a... And also there are my cats. Show the video he flips. This?
The Vosh merch can make you do a backflip.
Look at that! You can do that!
Seriously though, it's like so soft. For those of you who are curious, yes, the Vosh merch can make you do a backflip.
You can do that. And why bother like exercising or whatever? You can just do that, man. Isn't that crazy? Goddamn right it is. Hey, does the merch exclamation point merch, does that send you to the right? No, that's the old link. Hold on. How do I do? Wait, hold on. Merch. Okay, wait. It's exclamation point add merch this, right? Okay, hold on, wait. So then, no, hold on. R add merch. Add merch. It forwards the new link. Oh, too late. There you go. That's the goddamn site. Look, you see Zan's t-shirt there too. All right, that's enough plugging. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Yeah. Okay. I feel like my editors have probably titled this something which is likely to get people who think positively of Joe Rogan to watch. At least I would like them to. So to those people who feel positively about Joe Rogan, haha, I fooled you. I don't like him very much. But Joe Rogan is all about talking to and listening to people who he disagrees with, right? I mean, the whole Joe Rogan bit is like open-mindedness. That's the whole, I mean, that's, at least every time I see Joe Rogan, I feel like he's, you know, leaning over his table, drooling slightly while somebody says something contrarian. You know, he's like nodding along. It's so you can't close the video on me. Look, recently, the greatest Twitter beef in all of human history, no exaggeration, took place, okay? Known warrior of fitness, Ethan Klein, came out there and said negative things about Joe Rogan, okay? And it caused a little bit of a stir, you know, here. Joe Rogan, who lives on elk meat, egg yolk, and human growth hormone with lungs full of tar, thinks he's healthier than everyone. This MFer, when a non-black person, by the way, says MFer on Twitter, they mean the N-word with the A. They want to say that, and they wish they were black and could. I know this because I'm a white person who said MFer, and I knew what I wanted to say, because I'd read funny tweets from black people, but I couldn't repeat them perfectly. Anyway, this MFer is such a bitch that when he got COVID, he threw, quote, the kitchen sink at it, end quote. If you're so healthy, just ride it out like you say a man should. Now, you know, I'll play the contrarian here. I think this is a remarkably stupid tweet. The truth of the matter is, okay, I really don't know about or care about what Joe Rogan consumes or health-wise, or really I don't care at all. You know, people have saliently pointed out that Joe Rogan is very muscular and Ethan Klein is not. Yes, here we go. I think the basic breakdown of the response to this particular tweet has been this photo. Now, to be fair, Joe Rogan is like 4 feet tall, so it's much easier to look like this when you're that height, but yeah. Contrasted with this photo, which, while I'm not shaming anyone for anything, does convey a generally different level of physical fitness. You know, some might say it's highly subjective game there. Anyway, so I think Klein kind of opened himself up to that one a little bit. But moving on, more importantly, I think, dude has caused so much vaccine hesitancy and misinformation, and he doesn't even have the balls to stand by the shit he preaches. Now he's on a show talking about how fat people should just die of COVID. Dude is such a fucking piece of shit. Instead of getting vaccinated, he takes Regeneron, an experimental drug that was developed alongside mRNA vaccines. His logic makes no sense. And then credits ivermectin, which does fucking nothing for COVID. Not to mention whatever the fuck is an alpha brain. Meanwhile, while Joe's on big pharma conspiracy against vaccines, someone needs to ask him who makes ivermectin, Regeneron, and all the other shit he took when he had COVID. So, in stark contrast to the first tweet, these are all, I think, really good tweets. So the issue here is, look, we were just talking about material conditions a little bit ago and dialectical materialism. Joe Rogan is influenced by a number of things. You know, his brain, his libido, his hunger, you know, and also the many millions that he makes through his job. And there is no denying that he and many other people have found a tremendous audience in anti-vaccine content. Now, it is, by the way, anti-vaccine content. Let's be clear, okay? Not all anti-vaccine content has to explicitly say, "Don't take the vaccine. It's a Bill Gates microchip injection." No, it doesn't have to be that explicit, you know. Raising undue fear about something can also be anti that thing. I mean, we know this with other issues, don't we? Like, for a person to be racist, they don't have to say, like, you know, "Yes, I hate black people," or whatever. Some of them do say that, and they make that kind of easy categorization wise. But, you know, if a person is like, "Oh, you know, I don't hate anyone, but like I have some concerns about those inner city type whatever," like, you know, of course, yeah, obviously, you know, hesitant, you know, half earnest condemnations, even raising questions about some things can be perceived as being anti that thing. I mean, this doesn't even have to do with bigotry, really. This is just kind of a semantic thing. Gender critical for trans people, but you can even ignore the minority element. You know what I mean? If you go to a party and somebody's like, "Have you been eating more recently?" And you're like, "I don't think so. No." And they're like, "Okay, just asking." Like, you know, and if you call them out now, you're like, what are you saying? You know, the point is that, like, when people try to say that Joe Rogan isn't anti-vaccine because he doesn't explicitly say the vaccines are bad and you shouldn't take them, I think that's really dumb. Implicit does a lot of work here, and he does give air to a lot of really dumb points. The Regeneron, you know, stuff, again, like Ethan Klein points out, I think is pretty dumb because, again, it was an experimental drug developed alongside mRNA side effects. I mean, like, it's like, you can't, if you're skeptical about the vaccines but not the Regeneron, I don't know why. And, you know, of course we have the ivermectin thing, but I want to talk about this more beyond the actual substance of the tweets here. I saw this actually on my subreddit this morning, which is interesting. These are media ratings quarterly, average viewers per show. And, you know, down here we have CNN primetime, and then at the top, at triple what Tucker Carlson gets, we have the Joe Rogan Experience. The overwhelming power of new media on display here, and it is very powerful. You know, we talk about Tucker Carlson as one of the, you know, the forward-thinking, you know, one of the leaders of modern political thought, but in reality, you know, turning towards podcasters and YouTubers might actually be more reflective. Joe Rogan is an extremely influential person. What is the 5? I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what the 5 is. I have no idea. I don't know. Is it a right-leaning show, left-leaning show? I don't know. Hannity, Tucker Carlson Tonight, Fox News, Primetime, Average, The Ingram Angle, all those are conservative. The 5 is a Fox show. How do conservatives complain again about liberal media when the top 5 media ratings outside the Joe Rogan Experience are all like Fox or Fox derivative? Probably because they tend to be older, and older people tend to get their news from the television as opposed to the internet. You know, if we included, I don't know, what, PewDiePie in the quarterly media ratings, they would probably destroy Joe Rogan as well. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, he's a very important figure. And the issue is, there's an old saying that I was taught when I was young, which was, be open-minded, but don't let your brain fall out, something like that, which means that being open to new ideas is generally a good thing. But if you're so open to new ideas that you stop being skeptical, or you stop applying any kind of discernment to the ideas that you're accepting, you basically just turn into a fucking idiot. And I think that really, really applies to, like, the Joe Rogan formula here. Because Joe Rogan, I think, at least with regards to the vaccine hesitancy, is categorically, like, more harmful than a lot of explicit conservatives are. Not just because of his reach, but I think that Joe Rogan teaches people to not make arguments. I think Joe Rogan teaches people to make the opposite of arguments. In a way, you know? I've argued with a lot of conservatives, and while they are not the best, they do tend to believe things, and they'll make arguments in favor of those things, you know, which is almost refreshing in some environments. But I've talked with some of the Joe Rogan crowd, and there's this veneer of apolitical neutrality that cloaks everything they do and say, which they use kind of as a shield, you know. Oh, there's no ideological bias here. We're just following info where it takes us. the denial of a political bias. I mean, at least people who watch, you know, Tucker Carlson, they can readily admit, yeah, I'm a conservative, you know, yeah, I'm into this, that, or the other. But the most devious and the most disingenuous and the most anti-intellectual political positions are the ones which hold to no bias at all, you know? Anybody who claims to not have a bias is lying to you. And by the way, it's the worst kind of lie, because it denies you the ability to even understand, to even question why or what your positions are, what they might lead to, why they're being delivered to you. At least when conservative demagogues are saying stuff to you, it's part of a conservative political agenda. Conservatives can admit to that. They acknowledge that. But I don't know. The Joe Rogan types, man, it's basically the forefront of modern vaccine hesitancy. And I don't, by the way, I don't even really care about the vaccine hesitancy stuff itself so much as the tendencies which lead into it. Because vaccine hesitancy, as it's currently expressed, is a really stupid position, you know, but I want to get at the root of that. What makes them open to those stupid positions? I mean, what makes them so vulnerable to being spoken to in that way? I don't know. Either way, so Ethan Klein continued for a little bit here, you know, as one does. Joe Rogan, a steroid pinata whose gut is so swollen from human growth hormone, lectures people on health. This is sort of a dumb point, because Joe Rogan's personal health has nothing to do with his ability to make health-based arguments for other people. It is somewhat funny, though. Joe Rogan, I feel like, is on an eternal quest to compensate for his shortness with regards to his masculinity. And, you know, it's taken him quite far, I think. You say I'm unhealthy, yet Joe Rogan, adjusted for outfit, has the same body as me. Oh God, that is really quite good. That is really quite good. Okay, this is very embarrassing. Lauren Chen says Ethan Klein, who was the muscle tone of flan, actually believes he's the same body as Joe Rogan. Lauren Chen, you would have to be the most humorless SJW imaginable to not get the joke here. I think if you actually pressed her on it, Lauren Chen would acknowledge that it is a joke. I just don't think she cares, because she knows that her out... Oh, well, here we go. Ratio plus beta plus intellectual heavyweight. Okay, yeah. The duo at it again. An instant ratio. Very powerful. Anyway, very funny. Very good. And then he continues to post, you know, the Andy No tweet. Obese YouTube star Ethan Klein criticizes Joe Rogan for his health choices. This is ultimately how it's going to be framed. Yeah, see, right here. I think at the end of the day, this actually hits at the core of the Joe Rogan brainworm experience. I feel like a lot of Joe Rogan listeners are very obsessed with the imagery of masculinity and the aesthetic of being like a contrarian, you know, anti-establishment, free-thinking individual, which means that to them, you know, the good political positions and individual masculine presentation are one and the same. So even though Ethan Klein is predominantly criticizing Joe for being empirically wrong about medicine that Joe Rogan knows nothing at all about and has nothing to do with Joe Rogan's personal health, this is what they're going to ham on, you know what I mean? It makes sense. What about Hassan? Yeah, Hassan I feel like Hassan is almost literally twice Joe Rogan's height, so he's muscular from a much more difficult vantage point too. You know, conservatives can't answer to that one. It's one of the reasons why optically, you know, it's good for lefties to be, you know, Giga Chad alpha warriors. Not that it actually makes a difference for anything real, but you have to understand conservatives and Joe Rogan fans are very simple-minded people Who's taller between Rogan and Destiny? Oh, Destiny's meme short. Rogan is actually short. Rogan is actually quite short, I think. I mean, he's a very stubby guy, I think. Yeah, I don't even know what the height is of the guy next to him, but I'm just going to say, for the sake of, you know, simplicity, that the guy next to Rogan is about 5'6". I'm just gonna go with that. It's easy, it's simple, it's probably true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. This is the edited photo. There we go. It's quite silly, but you know. But hey, if you're a fan of Joe Rogan, you know, imagine if Joe Rogan, you know, gave a take on you know, masculinity, and people just made fun of him for being short, and that was being considered a legitimate counter argument to the thing that he said, a thing which is quite unobjectionable in any other context. It's rather silly, isn't it, right? I mean, I guess you could do that for anyone and anything, but all right. Cut the damn segment. We'll do more Joe Rogan content in the near future. Would he ever invite you on? I don't think so. I've criticized him very publicly. Also, I think Joe Rogan is a very fragile ego. God damn it. I just want to go eat food. Can I read more donos tomorrow? No, I should read these. Fernando, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Full Metal Socialist, thank you for the $5. Yes, that's true. Schleppen Life, H, Velociraptor, and OXE, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Jupiter, Jaden, and Sake, thank you for the 1 and 2 respective gifted tier 1 subs. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. I'd unironically take a course where Professor Vosh yells at random people in a room about physics while playing Kerbal at a university. Yeah, because it'd be based as shit, obviously. Hey, Comrade Robin Hood, thanks for the $5 and the suggestion. Rewriter, Sake, and Sake again, thank you all for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Breath of the Wild is unironically, wake up Link, you've been in a coma for 100 years. We need to talk to you about your extended warranty. True. And good. It's good for it. X Zilanov, thank you for the $5. Thank you very, very much. Happy birthday, my friend. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. 10,000 years and Luna Oi can't come up with anything better than good people do good things and bad people do bad things. That's better philosophy than anything she delivered in that. Vush, Metroid Other Realms, where the series went to shit. Pride Trilogy was amazing. Kek V. Yeah, I might have to revise my opinion on that. John Burton and Johann von Schminkelschmerf, thank you for the $5 both. Are you doing call-ins later? If so, I have been interested in asking you about the difference between socialism, communism, and anarchism. With respect, I've just talked about that like a million times. You know, when I do call-ins, I mean, I want like debates mostly. If we're reserving call-in spots now, I want to talk/debate your anti-theist takes and how it compares to atheism. I don't know what that means. I love you. Don't be religious. Umbristophiles, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I love you anyway. Klaus Mouse and your boy Shamoy, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. H Velociraptor, thank you likewise. Holmes01, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. Sake with the 2 consecutive $10 donations. Really appreciate that. Luna Oi, more like Luna Oive. Also thought Slime thought PF won her debate with you hard enough to warrant one of those annual awards. Yeah, we went over that earlier, Sake. Good ass memes. Still alive, thanks to the very kind $10. I remember asking Luna via Super Chat what would happen if they had a Colin Kaepernick kneel while their national anthem played, and she couldn't even conceive why anyone would do that. No answer at all. Damn, really still alive? Oh, that's so perfect for her. Well, how would you feel if somebody took the knee while during the you know, national anthem played for Vietnam? She's like, well, why would anyone ever do that? Literal just brainwashing. I mean, like it's almost a joke, right? Natalia Rains, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really, really appreciate that. This is like when the kid did all the work for the group. yeah. From the Luna Oi thing. John Flanius, thank you for the $5. What do you think about Marxian economist Richard Wolff? I think Richard Wolf has fallen off plus L plus ratio. Lucid Days, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Socialist Stepdad, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Kiet Talda26 and K Comrade Robin Hood, thank you for the $5 both. You're also being very uncharitable. She's explained everything well enough for an intro. Not really, Catalda. I'm afraid not. Spider of Doom, thank you for the $5. I love you too. Thank you very, very much. I'm happy to give you some entertainment info. Spider of Doom, J1 the Skate, and K Comrade Robin Hood, thank you for the $5 all. I really, really appreciate that. Yes, I do believe that China is more neoliberal than Vietnam. Shoji, thank you for the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. Fun stream. However, I do think you did Rebecca dirty playing her that fast. Rebecca? When have I ever... Rebecca? The CDC video you watched the beginning? Oh, gotcha. Well, I could hear her. I just didn't want to go through it for that long. Possible Threat and Weapon Factory, thank you for the tier 1 subs. I do not like seltzer water at all. BT Toast and Sister Milk, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I'd like to casually debate you and your distaste for Minecraft just for fun. Much appreciated, but no thank you. I'm a very small Minecraft streamer, so it would be live on my channel too. Well, hopefully it wouldn't have been on Twitch. J1 the Skate, thank you for the $10. I've watched forever. FD Signifier actually had a convo with Shark Zero and he regrets some of what he said. Also, I wish you'd promote more black debates. What do you mean promote? I only promote my own debates. You mean you want me to debate more black people? What? Why are you racist? You want me to tear down more black people? What's up? Francisco Nango and SavePoint, thank you for the $2. RJ MacDaddy and the Delta, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Elo Libert with the $10, thank you very much. I got ratioed on Twitter. I got top on Vosh trending for defending you. Now people are making fun of me on Reddit. Thanks, Vaush. Where their mockery is pride. They're very dumb, and their hate makes you smarter. 999 thank you for the very kind tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. I don't think she wants to debate me on social media censorship. It's also kind of a boring topic. Finish Theologian, thank you for the very kind 5 get to tier 1 subs. Happy 2022 for Vosh and community. Wish me luck, chat, since I'm running for regional county council elections this year as the SDP's candidate. Nice! Finish Theologian. Nice. I'm happy to hear that. I hope it works out. I don't know why that is, Galley. Always watch off YouTube, I guess. Skill Will, thanks to the tier 3 sub. How long till TS joins the Uhuru movement? TS would 100% give a black guy $10 if the black guy asked. Then Drago, thanks the very kind $10. Thank you very much. Yes, Atan Shea makes really good videos. Cockow Win with the $5. Subscribe to Xander Hall. True. BT Toast and Juzar, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Finish Theologian, thank you again. The tier 3 sub, really appreciate that. Almighty Duck, thank you for the $5. True. Jogus23, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Very kind of you. Gov Roderick Alden and Aurora, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Thanks, Gov Roderick. Vashishish, Sublime Salmon, Jespo, and Jammy, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I've not played Axiom Verge, no. Jason here, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. And Cack and Z Worst Chatter, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. There are a few more linkers to look through, and the rest of the donos are from my drunk stream, which don't know if I can promise that. There are a lot of angry donos from the drunk stream because I kept talking about sex, which I will not apologize for if I'm drunk. That's just life. All right. That's just 86, the $5. Watch Bernie interviews Elon Musk, Joe Rogan parody. It's incredible. I'm not watching a 4-minute video. All right, you guys can watch it if you want. The Bernie Sanders Experience, 420 Elon Musk.
I like federal income tax. $1 billion.
I bet it's great. You guys can watch it. I love you, Bass 86. Mr. Good Socks, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Gundam has some really cool solutions to gravity. Your Imager link did not work, I'm afraid. But I believe you. Oh, I see. You didn't put a space before the link, you fucking... Solution to gravity without doing a whole ship around it. The crew quarters can be extended and orbit around. Oh, that's actually quite neat, I think. The crew quarters can extend and swirl around. I think that's quite neat. Sake Tanuki with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Can't mute gift subs. So you think.
Knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a the missile knows where it is.
What is this from? What is this from? How, Jazzdog, what like mental archive of shit are you pulling from here? No, I know this is from today. What is this from? Jesus Christ. Sir, political man with $5. Vosh POV, you're dialectically opposed to Luna Oi. What?
Crush my cock with a rock I must. Maximum pain I must endure. Okay, here we go.
What the fuck is ContraPoint streaming? Alright, I'll send you guys over to her when we're done in like 2 minutes. Barbados, thanks the $5. Finished painting this today, wanted to share. Oh shit. Nicely done. Looking poggers, my friend. Virgil GC, thank you for the $5. Good video to react to over Metroid. It's too late. Also, this is a 55-minute video. I don't know if I'm reacting to that, some shit like that. Oh my god. Still alive, thanks to $5. New census data shows 8 of the 10 states losing the most residents from April 2020 to June 2021 were Democrat states. Yeah, people are moving from the coast more inland. Yeah, Texas is getting a big boom. I don't know much about Florida's big boom, but yeah. Just, it has to do with city pricing, I think. Jazzdog the $5, quick meme to watch during donations. Jazzdog, I love you, but I cannot guarantee multiple minute-long memes every stream.
Tired of dragging out that big bulky horse cock for every job? Do you have trouble finding the right tool for the right job? Hi, Billy Mays here for the amazing new gun. It's the ultimate power tool that puts an entire toolbox in the palm of your hand. The secret's the revolving cylinder with 6 different bits: Phillips, flathead, hex or square, star, and even It's battery powered or AC adaptable and gives you the speed and the muscle to tackle your muscle. For low light areas, you don't need a flashlight. The LED light not only lets you see what you're doing, but gives you that extra hand. Here's how to order.
Yes, go to Jazzdog's Bandcamp. Jazzdog's a meme lord. You guys have to go. You have to go. Swagador Dali, tier 1 sub, thank you. I built Gotcha Tempest and solar-powered houseboat to escape other housing options. Once again, this link isn't working, Swagador Dali, but houseboats are based, so I'm just going to assume that it's cool. YRPM with the $5. TikTok on bad conservative media announced.
Punisher got a new symbol.
What is this?
This was done in response
No,
to
I don't want
law
to see.
enforcement.
I don't care. Stop linking. Holy shit, we can't watch every fucking video. Oh my god. Kristen KW5, thank you for the $5. Love to watch you play Suzerain. Looks dry boring at first. Really test your political decision-making abilities. Never. Instinct with the $2. Rogan's like 5'8". I think that's charitable, but also it doesn't really matter. The story is more important than the reality when it comes to memes like that. All right, listen up, people. Hey, this is the boat. Oh, shit. Nice. That's okay, Jazz Dog. I love you. The memes are good. That's some goddamn shit right there. Okay. I am gonna send you off to ContraPoints' live stream. Okay? I do this because I love you. Be well, my friends, and take care.